What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Mic check. Action. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. How am I coming through? Dre, shout out to the moderators. Can y'all hear me good? Waiting for Dre's thumbs up. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Real Nathan Daly. I'm your law enforcement translator, and we have a special show tonight. We are going to be talking about, as you can see on the thumbnail, Ron DeSantis. Now, this is my actual first time talking about him specifically as a governor. But, you know, I'm always watching. I don't get too much into the political stuff, but this one I had to talk about. Absolutely had to talk about. So before we get into that, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here tonight. As people are rolling through, please hit the like button on your way in, and we're gonna have an interesting conversation. Now, when this first broke out, I was like, this sounds a little suspicious. Doesn't sound right. But, you know, unlike a lot of people, you guys, I actually do research, right? I definitely don't take the media seriously for face value. I'll make sure I dive deeper, especially when it comes to politics involving the left versus the right. You know, you guys, I find myself in the middle. I consider myself to be an independent. I don't like either side. But I despise the left. Absolutely despise them. At least I know what the right's agenda is. Their agenda is very, very simple. It's very straightforward. You can't trust a lot of people on both sides. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, I absolutely cannot stand the left. Very, very, very demonic group of agendas that they have over there. It just is what it is. We could always argue about it. You're always welcome to come up here and give me your thoughts on it. But nonetheless, let me see this thing is. Hold on. I just got to do the focus. All right. So as you guys are coming in, welcome back. I hope you had a great week thus far. We're going to cover this topic in its entirety because I actually have the curriculum. So you guys heard about this whole concept about the AP studies, AP African American history studies, that they said Ron DeSantis, for those who obviously you should know him, he is the governor of Florida, and he's a pretty interesting leader. He's a very interesting governor. He's always in the middle of some controversy. He's always pushing against the agenda, as people like to call it, the woke media. And so shout out to you, Chaotic. I see you. So again, I there's a lot of things that Ron DeSantis speaks on, that he has addressed, things that he has done that I absolutely agree with. There may be some things that I don't agree with, but for the most part, you know, I haven't seen much, right? I haven't seen much. And I think he's doing what the citizens of Florida want him to do. So I think, again, when we talk about these conversations about whether or not someone's a good leader, his responsibility is to the Floridians, right? So one could argue that Florida is very impressed with his leadership. And you know, people are speaking up and standing up against a lot of the demonic agenda that's being pushed through this country. Again, I think it's very interesting. So it's good when you see people who are willing to stand up and speak out against foolishness, and they don't tolerate. They don't fear being canceled and all that kind of stuff. They speak truth. And, you know, sometimes some people might say things you might not like, right? But it doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean it's not accurate. Though you don't like how they say it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be said. And so, again, this is a very interesting thing. When it came out a couple of days ago, I remember seeing the article, and the media was like, "Oh, Ron DeSantis doesn't want Black people to learn about Black history." Ron DeSantis bans the study of African American history in Florida. You know, the way the media tried to paint him was as if he was like this racist man who doesn't want people in Florida to be educated on African American history. That is how the media has projected this entire situation. in so many ways implying that he's a racist, that he's a tool for white supremacy. There's no way we can allow Black people in Florida to be educated on Black history. We don't want it here in Florida. This is how they're making it seem. Why do I say that? All of the blowback, especially from Black media spaces, from Black social media spaces, are all up in arms. I saw one post on Twitter. This is a congressman out of New York. Can't even remember his name. But this clown, his statement was like, let me pull it up. Because before we dive into all this, I gotta show you the problem with this conversation and how dangerous it is. This whole thing with the AP African American Studies is very deceptive. Very deceptive. And you guys, I pulled up the curriculum and I read through it. And listen, there's a lot of great things in there. I think are absolutely necessary. Things that I don't even know about. I was like, damn, I might need to take the class myself. Right? But the truth of the matter is he never said he was banning the study of African American history. He never said that. And quite honestly, they teach African American history in Florida, right? This is a unique AP course that is a piloted course that has not been released nationwide, right? So let me give you the backstory, and then I'm gonna pull up this tweet from this guy. And I decided to start getting back on Twitter. Matter of fact, as we get into that, check out here, you guys. By all means, please, if you haven't already, follow me on these streams. It's a Cash App there as well if you have it in your heart to donate to the channel or super chats, you guys. All that is always it's a blessing. Anytime you guys donate to the channel, it's just a reminder of how the value that you see in the content that I'm producing. But yeah, Instagram, Twitter, I hate social media. I'm just going to be honest. I don't like it. I understand it's a necessary evil, so I do my best to participate. I'm getting better, so bear with me. By all means, you guys, I was on Twitter and I said, okay, I was posting some stuff in reference to the 5 officers who brutally beat Tyree Nichols. And I was like posting some stuff. And then I came across this thing because I was doing the Ron DeSantis thing for today. And I saw a post, and this was a Black congressman out of New York. And I read his tweet and I had to respond. And I don't know, I guess participating in the foolishness. And I was just like, this is ignorant, man. Like, this is the problem that we have right now. You know, the media is so good at manipulating the emotions of Black people. So easy. We fall for it every single time. Now, at one point in time, do we ever stop and do research and critically think and really examine what's going on? We take the media's word for face value every time. Dangerous. On this channel, you guys, I have to remind you, we do facts over feelings, right? Later in the show, I'm going to be dropping the link for you to come up for those who have a disagreement. Anybody who thinks they don't like what was said tonight, you're always welcome to come up here as long as you cam up, right? That's the rules of this channel. You got to cam up. If you're going to stand up, you got to cam up. You got to put your face where your words are. A lot of times people want to hide behind the camera, behind an avatar. Nah, if you want to come up here and talk crazy, you need to show your face, right? Those are the rules of the channel. I don't censor over here. So, by all means, just be respectful, speak your mind. It's all welcomed here. It's all welcomed. We are a very diverse group of people on this channel, and I welcome all thoughts, criticism, and critical thinking. Don't come up here and embarrass yourself. Don't do it. All right. So AP studies, right? AP studies. This is what we're talking about. African American studies. I pulled the curriculum. I'm going to pull it up tonight. We're going to go through it. We're going to highlight the most important parts of that. Listen, what did DeSantis say? DeSantis basically stated, he's like, look, there's components inside this curriculum that are very deceptive, that lead to try to indoctrinate students. Very questionable information inside there. He pointed out queer theory is in there, and it is. You guys, I looked it up. We're going to go through it. Very, very, very suspicious. But before we do that, I'm going to play his reasoning, right? His explanation. But I want you guys to see what these article headlines are really talking about, because I think it's important that we see this hypocrisy, we see the bias when it comes to reporting news against people, against the left, reporting news against the right, and how it's very adversarial in nature, how dangerous it is, because what ends up happening is, unfortunately, we have too many people in this country that don't do research. Let's see. What does this give us? All right. Ron DeSantis, right? Administration rejects proposed AP African American Studies class in Florida high school. So this is what this is we're gonna get into it first. Is the why. And why is it such a big deal? He's the governor. Why can't he do it? What a lot of people don't realize is this, again, is a piloted course, education course. And so far, it's only in 60 high schools around the country so far, only 60. Florida looked at the curriculum as they're supposed to, properly looked through it, and they caught a couple things that didn't sit well with them, as they should have. What bothers me about this is, what about the other 59 schools? Did they not see this? How'd they miss this? Queer theory, queer studies, yeah, there's a intersectionality. There's a I don't want to say that word. There's an agenda being pushed inside this particular curriculum, you guys, based on my understanding of it, rooted in CRT. For those who aren't I'm sure you're familiar with CRT. I'm still doing my research on it. So much what I found, I have a few issues with it. What I've noticed is, it's interesting to try to say, how is queer studies a part of Black history? Honestly, it's disrespectful, and it's also insulting. It's insulting because queerness, homosexuality, LGBTQ, intersectionality has absolutely nothing to do with African American history whatsoever. It's almost like they're trying to insinuate that Black people invented homosexuality or something, or it's like it's so prominent, right? With the origins of it kind of just manifested in African American history. Could you imagine? It wasn't so long ago that some of these conditions that people are welcoming and embracing were, considered mental health issues. Gender dysphoria and things of that nature. A lot of this stuff is rooted in some very, very dangerous ideologies. And if you're not careful, right? They're very slick to put this in a curriculum, very bold to put it into a curriculum. And thank God that someone was actually reading the curriculum, absolutely examining it, and recognized that there are things in here that was inappropriate. Well, what's interesting is DeSantis and their Board of Education never said that they cannot teach AP African American history. They said that you need to make some adjustments to this before we accept it. So why is the media saying that it was banned? He never banned anything. They teach African history in Florida. They teach it in Florida. So where's the media getting all this sensational titles of banned, and he doesn't like Black people. He doesn't want Black people to learn history. He this is Jim Crow 3.0. That's what I'm hearing from like Ben Crump. Oh, this is Jim Crow all over again. He don't want Black folks to learn nothing about. And I'm listening to the foolishness, you guys. This is dangerous. This is absolutely dangerous. Ben about the dollar Crump. This brother, as soon as a black body drops, he's there. He's omnipresent. When I heard his name being a part of a lawsuit, they're going to sue the governor, going to sue Florida because they don't want inaccurate information or poisonous ideology inside of a curriculum teaching black children, white children, Hispanic and Asian children, everybody else children in Florida. He called it out. And then you have black media or black representation in media all jumping on the bandwagon and saying, we got to address this. We got to cancel. This is racist. This is that. You guys, this is scary. And it lets you know what side of the fence everybody's on. It lets you know. It lets you know exactly where everybody stands. Yeah. This is a 3-year pilot program. It ends in school year. It ends at the end of 2023, this year, I think. No, it begins this year and it ends in the next 3 years. Pilot a program. DeSantis says that there's ideology rooted in queer theory. We're going to talk about what queer theory is because I didn't even know what queer theory was. Intersectionality, had no clue. You guys, listen, I'm not going to lie, I don't keep up with this stuff. This what's a woman, what's a this, what's a that. It's very silly to me, to be honest, no disrespect. I just don't keep up with it, right? Like, biology is biology. You could believe if you want to be a dinosaur today and a crocodile tomorrow, you need therapy. All right, you need therapy. So I just don't. When these things started coming out, I was just like, bless their heart. I don't know what to tell you. You guys, I was policing when this whole thing with the bathrooms came about, where I had to enforce, right? People call 911, say, hey, there's a man in the girl's bathroom, right? And so I know what it was like going through this transition of just allowing people to do what they want to do. However you want to live your life, whoever you want to be in your personal time, that's your personal business. Don't enforce your delusions on other people. The most awesome Chris, thank you for the follow, super chat. He says, man, I don't know you was one of them. How do I get on the show? What does one of them mean? Stay tuned. I'm gonna bring you up. I'll bring you up. I'll definitely bring you up. I'm gonna bring up people who have disagreements. Bring up people who have disagreements in reference to this. So stay tuned. Once we go through the gist of everything, I'll be taking up calls in the next hour. So stay tuned. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. He comes back again, says the most awesome Chris, again with the follow super chat, says, how is it inaccurate? It was put together by the leading AA studies professors in America. Well, that's actually a good question. Well, that's the problem, right? If you're telling me that the leading African-American professors put this curriculum together, then okay, yeah. Well, the issue is they snuck some stuff in there that's not appropriate for kids to be learning, I think, or doesn't reflect African-American studies. Listen, the fastest way to indoctrinate a group of people is through education, and you educate children. So if you want to instill a particular mindset, if you want to instill a particular agenda, then you throw it into the education system. Like they've been doing this from the beginning of time. That's why a lot of us are so brainwashed now, is because, perfect example, we grew up thinking that cowboys and Indians, right? A lot of us grew up thinking that the Pilgrims were the good guys. A lot of us grew up thinking that Thanksgiving was something to celebrate. A lot of us grew up thinking that the cowboys were the heroes. Do you get what I'm saying? Hell, a lot of us still think Jesus is white. So again, it's dangerous. So what they're saying is it doesn't matter if there are black professors putting this content together. They are putting an agenda inside of it. They are discreetly, surgically putting things inside the curriculum that is inappropriate for an educational institution to be actually teaching. And again, this is AP studies, so this is going to be taught in high school. And again, so it has nothing to do with who was putting the curriculum together. It has everything to do with the intent of why they're putting the content together. That's what makes it dangerous, right? Because they're black means nothing, right? It means absolutely nothing at all. I don't really care what the color of the person looks like. I care about the accuracy of the information. I care that they're not trying to indoctrinate children on a particular belief or a particular mindset that's going to be counterproductive to their health, their status, their happiness, and how they actually interact in this world socially. And so I think it's very, 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 very dangerous. Black, at the end of the day, don't mean nothing. James Baldwin was gay, so learning about Baldwin's life and studying Black queerness. Well, that is not the issue, right? It's not about anybody being gay, being homosexual. It's not about that. And we're gonna cover what the issue is, right? Because again, there's a lot of Black people in Black history who had different type of interests sexually or whatever. You had some who dated outside the race, some who were this, some who were that. It's not about that, right? At all. And so we're gonna cover that. It's not a thing where it's like, well, we can't talk about famous Black people who've contributed to Black history. We're not going to discuss them because they're Black, because because their sexual preferences. No, that's not what this is about at all. Like, no one cares about a person's sexual preference. What we care about is when you're trying to tell someone that they need to conform, right, based on what you believe is right. When you take all critical thinking, right, indoctrination is simply forcing someone to accept a particular viewpoint without questioning it, without even giving any type of criticism to it, and saying this is the only way. Don't look at anything else but this. You have to. There's nothing outside of this teaching. And so that's what's dangerous about it, right? And so I think based on what I've seen and what I've been reading so far, there are some issues with this curriculum. And let me just say this, and thank you again for the super chat. Let me just say this again before we pull this up. The biggest problem, just in general, is that 98% of the material they didn't have an issue with, right? They didn't have an issue with 98% of the material. There's a lot of material in this curriculum, and I wish we can go through all of it, but I will cover the ones that Florida pointed out as being a problem. 98% is good, and there's a lot of solid information inside that curriculum. He said, let me get on. There's a lot of solid information inside the curriculum, but we're going to pull it up, and we'll pull it up and we can debate it. I'll bring you up and we could definitely debate these points. I would love to hear what you have to say in reference to it. But so let's move forward, because again, I think what's interesting about this whole thing is the media lied. The media absolutely lied, and they're being disingenuous. And truth be told, Florida did a great job catching this. They did a great job, and I think it's definitely worth the discussion. I think I'm really disappointed in a lot of people who had issues with just the instead of really looking into it and diving into it and say, the first thing that came to my mind when I read this, when it first came out, was what was in the curriculum that he is having an issue with. Because a lot of people are pointing out one of the key phrases that he stated, and he stated that the studies lack educational value. And so a lot of people are quoting that, saying that, okay, well, according to the Florida Board of Education, they're saying that the program lacks educational value. And honestly, making a statement like that is probably not the most accurate statement to make. I would have never said that. I probably would have stated that there are components inside that lacks educational value. But on that statement alone gives the impression that you believe the entire curriculum has no value and it's not worth learning. And from that perspective, I can agree with somebody being upset about that. Absolutely, 100%. But again, which led me to want to look into it further and say, okay, well, let's look at this particular curriculum. Let's look at it, right? Let's look at it. And so we're going to pull it up. And before we pull it up, though, I'm going to play the clip of DeSantis's explanation. It's pretty short as to why he had an issue with the curriculum that was presented by this nonprofit company that does and creates AP curriculums. So let's go into.
Ron DeSantis is speaking at.
Okay. We're about to get the whole truth. So before I say that, you guys listen, I did my research. And when I'm looking at this stuff, I said, okay, now this makes sense, right? All this is starting to make a little more sense. And let me pull this up so we can have this ready to go. And then we're going to pull this up. All right. Let me see. African American Studies. All right, here we go.
State Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking at a press conference today. He addressed the recent rejection of an African American Studies course at Florida high schools.
This course on Black history, what's one of the lessons about? Queer theory. Now, who would say that an important part of Black history is queer theory? That is somebody pushing an agenda on our kids. And so when you look to see they have stuff about intersectionality, abolishing prisons, that's a political agenda. And so that's the wrong side of the line for Florida standards. We believe in teaching kids facts and how to think, but we don't believe they should have an agenda imposed on them.
The governor goes on to say that he and his administration were outraged earlier this month after banning that AP course, arguing that it violates state law and, quote, lacks educational value.
Okay. All right. In that whole piece, you guys, I was very shocked, right? Queer theory, I didn't know what it was. Intersectionality, I didn't know what it was. We're going to go through it today and cover that because I think it's very important. I'm going to pull up the actual 6 topics that he had issues with, and then we're going to pull up the actual curriculum itself, and then we're going to go through the curriculum. Matter of fact, we might go back and forth so you can actually see what it looks like, because I really, really want to get everyone's thoughts and perspective on this, and then we're going to pull up Ben Crump's foolishness as he plans, or he thinks he's going to sue and win the state of Florida behind this, because we're going to listen to the Ben Crump speech. We're going to listen to some Black leaders within Florida talk about this particular situation, and then we're going to listen to them make a complete fool of themselves and try to, I guess you would say, turn this thing into a racist argument. Again, we have a problem in our community where we like to turn everything into race, right? We like to look through every situation the lens of racism. And when we do that, what ultimately ends up happening, we end up missing the bigger picture, right? We can't see the actual real game that's being played and manipulated against us because we've allowed someone to really poke at our heartstrings, right? Because we could be sometimes hypersensitive when it comes to things like this. And so, again, this is going to be a situation where we're going to fall for it again. This, to me, it looks like a Black Lives Matter 2.0 situation, a Trojan horse, if you will, where they give you something shiny and they put something poisonous and dangerous and toxic on the inside. And we accept it wholeheartedly with open arms because we don't want to take the time to look through it properly. This is what this particular situation gives me. And what they ultimately end up doing was sneaking some interesting topics and learning material inside the curriculum that Florida did catch. They caught it. And now they're saying, hey, this is what they told the company. Hey, we need you. We don't like these particular topics inside here. We think that it's very questionable. It's very inappropriate for an educational setting for school. And we need these things to be adjusted. If you adjust it, then send it back and we'll approve it. And that's the extent of this whole interaction. How did it get blown out of proportion into Crump? DeSantis doesn't like black people. He doesn't want black folks to learn black history. You guys, it's beyond me. And this is what's dangerous with the media. And this is what's dangerous with us as a black people, because we're constantly falling for the same tricks over and over again. All right. So let's take a look at this particular. Let's look at what they're saying. Let's see if I can blow this up. This is what they had issues with. We're going to start right here. Concerns found within college boards submitted AP African American Studies. You guys, listen, we're going to take it line by line, and then I'm going to pull up the actual curriculum, which I have right here. This is the scanned version. You guys, sometimes you got to get a hold of things before it comes out. You gotta know some people. So here's the African American Studies course framework and exam overview, February 2022. Again, this curriculum came out last year, and it's in effect this year within 60 schools. Here's what the contents are right here, and we're going to dive right into it. So let's do this. The best way to do this right here would be to, let me see. Okay, we're gonna start with this one. The first topic, you guys, 4.15, intersectionality and activism. So I did pull the definition of intersectionality because I did not know what it meant. And I'm gonna give you the definition and then explain it for those who might not be familiar with it. I don't know how well versed you guys on this. Is a learning experience for me, and even my research into CRT has been a very long research study because I've been having a hard time really grasping what they're trying to do with CRT. But here we go. Intersectionality, right? This is the first portion onto what they saying, Florida's saying they have an issue with. So let me just define what intersectionality is, and then I'm gonna give you the definition. I'm gonna try to explain it to you the best way I understand. If anybody sees anything different, let me know. But the theory of intersectionality is the concept of intersectionality describes the ways in which systems of inequality based on gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, class, and other forms of discrimination intersect to create unique dynamics and effects. Okay, that's what intersectionality is, right? Now, shout out to Linda. Yes, great job. Great job, DeSantis, catching this foolishness. So what is intersectionality? According to the definition, in layman, I guess you would say in layman's terms, essentially what they're saying, and please anybody correct me if I get this wrong, you know, I'm still learning this new concept. From my understanding, what it's saying is that everybody in this world has a unique experience when it comes to racism, when it comes to being discriminated against, when it comes to inequality, right? Everybody's experience is unique. Why is it unique? Why can't you put everybody in the same box, right? Because if you have one person that might be queer or homosexual, or they have a different religion, or they're black, or they're a different race, white, Hispanic, Asian, yes, everybody's experience with these things are going to be different, specifically because when you start to compound people's, I want to say issues, when you compound these different variables, such as, you know, you might have a person who's a woman, and then she might be LGBTQ, and then she might be black, or she might be Hispanic, and then you factor in that she might be an atheist, or she might be a Christian or a Muslim. So then you start compounding all these different variations of what you would call, I guess, I don't know what you would call it. This is why this stuff is so confusing to me. I would say you start to compound these different ways a person can be discriminated against, right? So you, because it's different if you're just one person like myself. I'm black. I'm a black straight male, right? Okay, well, my experience with discrimination might be limited to just me being black, a black man, right? Whereas somebody else who's a black man and then they're a homosexual and then they're maybe a Christian, right? Or maybe they're atheist. So now you're compounding these different areas where they can be discriminated against, therefore making their experience with inequality totally different, right? It's basically in so many ways of saying there's no one way to determine a person's experience on how they're discriminated against because they're so unique. There's so many different unique variations of discrimination because people are just so different and there's so many things about them that they can be discriminated against. Like, what is it? Oh, well, I'm a short, black, bald guy who's a straight male living in America. It's hard for me out here, right? So, and I'm not short, but I am bald and I don't have a hard time in America. But the idea is that you can fabricate your struggle based on how you feel. Just because you interpret things as being discriminated against, sometimes people just don't like you, right? Some people just don't like you. But that is, in my understanding so far, is this intersectionality, right? It's saying, hey, I am being victimized, I'm being discriminated against because I fit in so many different categories of discrimination. Whew. I think that's kind of my interpretation so far, you guys. So again, I'm just really kind of diving into this, trying to have a better understanding. In the comment section, especially if the video's post, please, by all means, if I missed something, please break it down for me. All right, so that's my idea so far. And so this is what they're saying in reference to this section right here, including topic 4.15, intersectionality and activism. So the concerns, I like how they give you the topic on the AP course and they give you the concern that they have with it. What they're saying is intersectionality is foundational to CRT, critical race theory, and ranks people based on their race, wealth, gender, and sexual orientation. He's saying including reading, this is the reading that's included into the curriculum that they have an issue with. Kimberly Crenshaw, known as the founder of intersectionality and co-editor of critical race theory, the key writings that formed the movement. Angela Davis, self-avowed communist and Marxist. So what they're saying is, I don't like this. They're saying that this is why. So they pointed out the section and they're giving their reason. I think this is perfect. And again, they only out of all of the information in this curriculum, they only point out 6 things that they had an issue with, right? I don't see a problem with that. So they're saying that this is not African-American. This has nothing to do with African-American history. This has everything to do with you putting in an agenda. So what they're saying is, what does intersectionality and activism has to do with African-American studies, right? What does it have to do with anything? I don't remember intersectionality having anything to do with Black history at all. Unless I don't know. Maybe I don't know. So someone would have to explain that to me at the end of this show. But again, should this be included in AP African American history? But let's go to the actual curriculum and pull up exactly what the section talks about. We'll slide through here because I highlighted it. Bear with me. You guys, and there's a lot of great content in here. This, I'm not gonna lie, this is I mean, look, they even let topic 3.3, violence and white supremacy. So listen, they're not afraid to let the information be shown. This topic explores Black response to white retaliation. Listen, so again, this is, they don't have an issue with teaching or allowing information of or accurate history be placed. I think they're really onto something in reference to a particular agenda being taught. Let's see, they got Harlem Renaissance in here, Afro-Caribbean migration, the Marcus Garvey. So I highlighted some things that I think definitely great to look over, especially for another stream. But let's get to, here we go. So this is 4.15, what they're talking about. And it highlights at the top right here, it dives right into this piece, which I think is also very interesting. So the Black feminist movement, womanism and intersectionality. This is the section they talk about here. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. Do you think this should be added into a AP Black History curriculum? You know, I would really like to get everybody's opinion on that. But here it is right here. The topic examines intersectionality as an analytical framework and its connections to Chicana and Asian American feminist thought. Students may explore a text from the writings of Kimberly Crenshaw, Patricia Hill Collins, and Angela Davis. And so intersectionality activism. Activism is, learning about activism is a very important part of Black history. No one is saying that activism should not be taught and explained. When you go through the civil rights movement, you're going to see everything about activism. All throughout African American history, activism is a key component. And so no one is saying activism is an issue. We're talking about intersectionality, right? Should intersectionality, now after explaining what it is, do you think that's appropriate? Well, Florida is saying it's not appropriate, and they don't want it in the curriculum here in Florida. So I'm curious to know. And at the end of the stream, we'll pull people up, and I would love to get their take on these particular key components. But that's what it says inside the curriculum. And then let's go to the next one, just out of curiosity. Let's go to the next one. The next topic is Black queer studies. Now, this is the one. This is the one everybody's been itching to get an understanding on. Why are we teaching Black queer studies? Topic 419, Black queer studies. And this is their concern. It says, including Roderick Ferguson, who exclaims, we have to encourage and then develop practices whereby queerness isn't a surrender to the status quo of race, class, gender, or sexuality. It means building forms of queerness that rejects the given realities of the government and the market. Now, that's interesting, right? Black queer studies. Should there be a section when we're talking about African American history? And AP stands for advanced placement, right? This is advanced studies. Should high schoolers be learning about Black queer studies? Is this appropriate to be in African American studies? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just curious. But this is one of the ones. This is another one that they pointed out. But let's look at what it says on the actual curriculum. Meecha said they can keep that one. It has nothing to do with Black history. What about Black feminist literary thought? Black women joining the feminist movement is definitely a thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm curious. This is very interesting, you guys. I mean, again, I think the media overhyped this. People are jumping on the bandwagon, and I think DeSantis and Florida Board of Education did a great job catching this. What does Black queer studies talk about? The topic explores the concept of queer of color critique. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? Grounded in Black feminism. And people argue, shout out to the red pill community, those who are red pill, the red pill people. This is a problem right here within itself, right? People always, people would bring a lot of comparisons to the decline of the Black community, related to the feminist movement here in America, and how, listen, I'm not going to get into it because people are going to be, but you guys, this is interesting. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. So the topic explores the concept of the queer of color critique. I don't have a clue as to what that means. Grounded in Black feminism. It can't be worth a damn, right? There's nothing good going to come from that. This is not Black history. This is a political agenda. That's what this is. You guys, this is indoctrination 101. The topic explores the concept of queer of color critique. What the hell does that mean? And anything grounded in Black feminism is dangerous, period. And here we go again. Intersectionality. As a black studies lens that shifts sexuality studies towards racial analysis. What the hell does that? You guys, I'm confused. But it gets deeper. It gets deeper. All right. Students may examine texts by writers such as Kathy Cohen, Roderick Ferguson, and E. Patrick Johnson. I'll have to look these people up. I was planning on looking them up, but I didn't have time. Just kind of get an understanding of what they actually talk and teach about. But here we go. Right? Here we go. Queer of color critique. Let's Google it real quick. Can we Google this? Let's Google it, because I'm at a loss for words and I don't know what the hell is going on. We're gonna have to Google this because queer of color critique. So what is he saying though? What is Governor Ron is saying that this is unacceptable. You guys, one would argue he's looking after black people, and everybody has the nerve to call this man a racist and saying he doesn't want people to learn about black history. This is not black history. One would argue that he absolutely wants you to learn about black history. He doesn't want black kids to be indoctrinated. He doesn't want students in Florida to be indoctrinated. Listen, 60 other schools embraced this curriculum. Correction, 59 embraced the curriculum and had no question. I wouldn't be surprised if they even looked at the actual syllabus. They don't even know what the kids are being taught. You guys, this is dangerous. This has nothing to do with African history, African American history. Queer of color critique. I don't know where to go. What is queer theory, right? Let's first of all, before we get too down the rabbit hole, or any hole for that matter, the queer hole. Before we go down this queer hole and it gets a little query, let's define what it means. Let's define queer theory to be completely, because I'm queered out at this point. Where is it at? Okay. Oh, yikes. Here we go. The meaning of queer theory. You guys ready? For those who don't know, because I didn't know prior to this, queer theory, and I've heard this thing before. Queer theory is a way of thinking that dismantles traditional assumptions about gender and sexual identities. Well, cuckoo, right? Here we go, you guys. Here we go. Why is my problem with this is, why is there an assumption that this has to be labeled? Why is this attached to Black history? This is disturbing, and I think it's extremely disrespectful. Queer theory is a way of thinking that dismantles traditional assumptions about gender and sexual identities. The field emerged from sexuality studies and women's studies. Queer theorists analyze gender and sexuality as socially and culturally constructed concepts. All right. Well, cuckoo, you guys. What are they saying? They are saying that essentially queer study just means that gender is a social construct. Biology has nothing to do with a man having a penis and a woman having a vagina, reproductive organs. It doesn't mean anything. It's been made up. A social construct simply means society has constructed these ideas amongst themselves, and it has no real meaning. Meaning that if society decides they want to change that construct, they can. Meaning that it's not definite, right? There are certain axioms in this world that cannot be changed, right? It's accepted. What's accepted is biology, right? Science. Who you think you are is one thing, but what your DNA says is another thing, you guys. And so what they're saying is queer theory is we want to dismantle the idea that gender is, it's whatever you make of it. You are whoever you believe you are, and it really doesn't mean anything. And it's essentially saying, you know, people don't put me in a box. Don't put me in a box. Just because I have male genitalia doesn't make me a man. And this has what to do with Black history? This has what to do with African American studies? Is queer theory in AP European studies? Is queer theory in Latin American studies? Is queer theory in Asian American studies? Why is queer theory being taught in African American studies in an advanced placement class or curriculum? Florida caught this by the grace of God. Wow. Does anybody not have an issue with this? So when I hear these color justice warriors like your Ben Crumps and all these other Black wannabe activists, shout out to the real activists out here, talking about the sold out activists. When I hear Black people who don't do research and they jump on the media bandwagon, it's disturbing. It's extremely disturbing. Please explain to me why nobody else is teaching queer theory to their children, but queer theory needs to be taught to Black children. As if we created, right, the concept of queer theory and it's a part of African American history. It's disrespectful. And the fact that the people who have the voice and the platform aren't speaking out against that. The fact that DeSantis said, I don't have an issue with the curriculum. I have an issue with these 6 things inside this curriculum. No one said that they're not going to allow AP African studies to be taught in Florida. They said that we're not going to allow you to indoctrinate these children, which are bullshit. Big difference. Big difference. There's a concerted effort to feminize Black boys, right? You see your Dwayne Wade's talking about his son, getting him a sex change, whatever the hell they got going on over there. You got a bunch of entertainers, Black men wearing dresses. Every time you see someone promoting a gay agenda, you have Black men at the forefront. Man, come on. Come on. For those who are not paying attention, it's obvious. Be who you want to be. Stop forcing other people to be what you are or what you think you are. That's my only thing. Be what you want. Back in the day, it was called in the closet. If you was in the closet, that's your business. Right? That's your business. In the closet, that's your business. I don't care what you do. You start forcing this stuff on children, it's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. So that's what queer theory is, for those who didn't know. After reading this, kind of doing research on this, I had forced myself to kind of start learning these things because I just didn't care. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't. It's ridiculous, to be quite honest with you. But let's get back to the curriculum, or let's get back to the components that they're having issues with. And this so far looks like an agenda. This looks like an agenda. Secretly, this is how they indoctrinate people. Here we go. All right. We all know what this is. Do we still feel the same way about Black Lives Matter that we did 5 years ago, you guys? Right? Where are we at? Topic 4, 2.9. Black Lives Matter. Should Black Lives Matter be a part of African American studies? AP? When we know that, why are we teaching about this organization that we've already confirmed is a damn fraud? Now, well, let's see. What is their concerns? Movement for Black Lives is an organization that stated objectives that include eliminating prisons and jails, which is stupid, ending pretrial detention, which is stupid again, and concluding the war on black, trans, queer, gender, non-conforming, and intersex people. See, this is what I'm saying. There is no war on black, trans, queer, and non-conforming people and intersex people. See, everything they just labeled right here has nothing to do with black people as a whole. So, which is very interesting, including readings Leslie K. Jones, who wrote, "Every day, black people produce an unquantifiable amount of content for the same social media corporations that reproduce the white supremacist superstructure that oppresses us." Lord have mercy. Yeah, no wonder why they want this out. You guys, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. And this is another shout out to Michi. She said, "What is this?" She said, "This is another what? Another LGBTQ organization." This is dangerous, man. Shout out to DeSantis. Hate him, like him, love him. He did what he's supposed to do. And again, this almost got swept under the radar. Let me see, because I want to see what they say about Black Lives Matter on here. Let's see. Which one was Black Lives Matter? I think it was further up. Hold on. Black Lives Matter 4.29. 4.29. All right, here we go. Black Lives Matter. Let's look at what it says in the curriculum. They got reparations on here. Listen, shout out to DeSantis. What did he not do, though? You guys, did he put reparations on here? Let me see. I know he's going to piss people off. Did he put reparations on here? Ah, he did. He did put reparations on here. All right, we're going to cover it. People not happy about that one, but all right, let's see. All right, he did put reparations on here. I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are about that. All right. What does he say about the movements for Black Lives? No, don't say movements for Black Lives. Say Black Lives Matter. You know what it is. Say it with your chest. That corrupt organization. The topic explores the origins, missions, and global influence of Black Lives Matter movement and the movement for Black Lives. Students may examine primary source text, photographs, or secondary texts from scholars such as Kianga Yamata Taylor and Leslie K. Jones. So that's all it says about that. I think Black Lives Matter should be added to this curriculum? Yes and no. Yes and no. Let me explain why. Yes and no. Let me explain why. Why do I think Black Lives Matter curriculum should be added? I think it needs to be added from the context that corrupt organizations have been co-opted, organizations that are misleading, that have manipulated Black people and used them, has used the pain and the history of the historical pain of slavery and the use of white supremacy, the concept of white supremacy, and the destruction of Black families and things of that nature. They've used just this historical oppression as a way to manipulate Black people out of their pockets, how to finesse corporations out of their money, how they laundered, how they just the whole gambit. I think it should be taught, but it should be taught from the totality of all the variables involved in this, not to be taught from the lens of it being this great movement that impacted Black lives in this miraculous way, because it didn't. It absolutely didn't. If anything, the movement itself was very counterproductive and very dangerous. So you teach to educate. You don't teach to indoctrinate. And when you're educating someone, you're giving them the perspective, the full perspective. And what DeSantis is saying, the biggest issue is these things aren't educating kids. You're trying to manipulate them into believing something. You're taking away their ability to critically think because you're not giving them a well-rounded perspective of the issue. And I have to agree 100%. So would I put Black Lives Matter? No, I would probably put destructive organizations matter. And I would explain how dangerous organizations are that really don't have Black people's best interests and what that can do to the community. How Black Lives Matter, the organization, has broken the trust, how it has manipulated Black people, and how it is also when used as a political tool for the left. I mean, it's really just that simple. So I think it makes a great case study. Absolutely a great case study. But I think how the way it's presented here is more so how beautiful this organization was to Black people, and that's a lie. Right? That's a lie. And I think that's the problem. You know, you're telling people how to think versus giving them everything they need to think for themselves. So shout out to DeSantis for catching this. All right, so let's go to. So yeah, this is absolutely indoctrination, right? This is absolutely an agenda. So shout out to Courtney Michelle. And you know, this is probably a topic that she would definitely be able to touch on right here. This one here that's a problem as well. Black feminist literary thought. I wonder, what is it saying they have an issue with when it comes to Black feminist literary thought? I don't know if this is going to be good or bad. Someone else would have to chime in on this one, but it includes reading from Bell Hooks, author of many intersectionality texts. And in the recommended reading states, I began to use the phrase in my work, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, because I wanted to have some language that would actually remind us of continually of the interlocking system of domination that define our reality. So here we go. I think, again, is this appropriate for an AP history class, an AP African history class? And they're saying this reading is very controversial because what they're saying is you're teaching Black kids. This is essentially what they're going to learn from this particular section of Black feminist literary thought is that he's quoting some of the reading material from Bell Hooks is what they're actually pulling the material from to teach this course. Is that she's saying in this book about white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. I wanted to have some language that would actually remind us continually of the interlocking system of domination that define our society. You know, this is dangerous language. It's dangerous language. Very, very dangerous. What does the curriculum say? Which one is it? And we're going to save the best for last. 4.16. I feel like we read that one already. Hold up. 4. Yeah, we read this one already. This one is the topic. So Black feminist literary thought. This topic explores the literary contribution of Black feminists and women writers. Students may examine literary texts from authors such as Toni Morrison, Gloria Naylor, Bell Hooks, and Nikki Giovanni. I don't know. Is this African American history? I think the artists are, right? I think the authors are. I think especially like Nikki Giovanni, but I think it's not so much that you shouldn't learn about them. It's about what is it about them are you learning, and what type of message are you trying to impose on the people who are learning? Are we learning about the author and what they contribute to African history, or are we telling people to adopt the mindset of feminism? If that makes sense. I don't think the issue with all this has anything to do with learning about Black history. I think the issue, what Florida is pointing out, is we're trying to force a viewpoint right? We're trying to force a particular ideology on children. So far, that's all that I've gotten from this. I don't think this is appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate at all. At all. All right. Let's get into topic 4.30, baby. We already know what it is. Reparations. 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 What does it say? Reparations. 4.30. Like let's look at it on the curriculum sheet and see what reparations is saying on the actual curriculum. I circled it right here because I knew this was going to be a topic of discussion. All right, reparations. This topic explores the case for reparations for the centuries-long enslavement and legal discrimination of African Americans in the U.S. Students may examine House Bill H.R. 40, which I think is a waste of time, and a text by Ta-Nehisi Coates. I think he's a very interesting Black scholar. I've listened to a lot of his discussions on reparations. Very, very, very well read, very intelligent guy, actually. So reparations. What's the issue that they are having with reparations? Let's look at what is Florida saying they got a problem with. Topic 4.30 says all points and resources in this study advocates for reparations. There's no critical perspective or balancing opinion in this lesson. Of course, Michi says it should be in the curriculum. We know, Michi. We know you're not going to pass up reparations talk. I think, what are my thoughts on this? Shout out to you, daughter of Yah. Thank you so much for the super sticker, my dear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Reparations. If there was a song called Reparations, I'd probably write the lyrics, you guys. Reparations. First and foremost, should African descendants of slaves get reparations? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Reparations should be a thing. Absolutely. Are they going to do it? No. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Should they do it? Absolutely yes. Are they going to do it? No. They gave Ukraine some reparations, boy. They cut Ukraine a reparations check and they ain't even do nothing. The U.S. got the money. They got the money because they print money. You know, they got the money because they print money. So the question is, should they give reparations? Absolutely yes. What is DeSantis saying he has an issue with? DeSantis is saying all points and resources in this study advocate for reparations. He says there's no critical perspective or balancing opinion in this lesson. Okay, this is a curriculum. It's a curriculum. What does that mean? You need balance of thought, right? And when you start educating people on one perspective, you start leaning into indoctrination, right? You start pushing an agenda. They're not saying you can't teach reparations. They're saying the topic within this curriculum is lacking diverse views, diverse perspective, right? All the way. And I agree with that. Don't give me one-sided information. I want to hear both sides. I want to hear all sides, argue all points. I want to hear from people who agree with reparations and those who don't, and those who are unsure. Give these students a well-rounded perspective so they understand how to tackle the problem. Just telling someone, yes, reparations, we're supposed to have it, and not tell them the obstacles and why it hasn't been done, right? You got to go through everything. The truth is what needs to be taught, right? The genuine, honest truth needs to be taught. When you start to doctor the truth up to reflect how you feel and what you want, You're no longer educating, you're telling somebody how to think, right? That's the problem with this whole thing. So again, their concerns has nothing to do with reparations being taught. Has everything to do with there not being a balanced perspective of critical thinking, critical criticism. What's the criticism with reparations? How do you do it? How do you identify? Where's the money going to come from? Should we still do it? Do people feel like they're being punished for things they didn't commit, that they didn't do, right? A lot of people have their counter arguments. Let's hear it all. My personal feelings, I don't care what you think, how you feel, get it done, right? And there are people and organizations who already did the work. Don't tell me about H Bill 404-770, whatever the H Bill is. It's a waste of time. Congress put all that stuff together. It's a waste of time. The reality is we already know what the situation is. This has already been properly examined. People know what the problems are. They know what happened. They know the lies. They know the deceptive practices that the president after Abraham pulled, right? So everybody's all aware of the history. We know what it is. Cut the check, right? And we know that there's different ways that you can represent reparations, and it doesn't have to all be through money. So I think one of the most disingenuous things that they've done recently is basically stated, and I saw Ta-Nehisi Coates. I can never pronounce his word. Ta-Nehisi, the Coates guy, right? I'm sorry, I butchered his name. I got to pull it back up. I can never remember how to pronounce his name properly. Ta-Nehisi? God damn, hold on. It's up here. Hold on. Because I feel bad butchering his name like that. It's in here. Ta-Nehisi Coates. Where is it at? Anyways, I'm going to find it. Bless his heart, brother. He's an educated brother, but his name always confuses me. What is the issue that I have? The issue is as organizations, ADOS has put together a great layout as to who, what, when, why, where, now, right? I've read through it online. I thought it was a great document of information, historical information on how to identify, so forth and so on. My thing is you just simply, Ta-Nehisi Coates. Whew, thank you. Ta-Nehisi Coates. All right, I appreciate it. They did a great job already compiling all the information. This stuff has already been well studied. So when Congress, they had a Senate hearing about it, and I remember watching it, I watched the whole thing, and I was like, this is like a waste of time. This is a waste of time, even having this discussion. You know, and I think what's happening when it comes to the talk about reparations is that they're constantly buying time, right? They're constantly making, all right, we need to create a group of people. We need to put together a group of people to investigate the need and how and so forth of reparations and so forth. That's what they did. So H Bill 40, I think it is, all that bill talks about is how we're going to analyze and investigate the needs of or not necessarily the needs of reparations, but actually it's supposed to be an in-depth study. And I'm like, study of what? Study of what? You know, we already know what happened. There was a promise. Land was given and land was taken away. Right? Reparations never happened. Right? So you still haven't fulfilled the promise. And then now that the things are going on and proceeding on, well, the debt ends up growing, right? There needs to be some interest behind that. It needs to happen. Will it happen? No, I don't think it'll happen. But if it is going to happen in the meantime, I'm a firm believer that there's plenty of things that we can do as Black people in the meantime that really will prepare ourselves better to receive reparations when, in fact, if it ever comes. Waiting on reparations is like waiting on the second coming of Christ, in my personal opinion. So from my understanding, that's kind of the view that I got from H Bill 40, that it was supposed to be just kind of like research based. Because at the end of the day, I think there's been more than enough studies done. I think more than enough people have done research as to why it needs to happen. I think the question is, If the government agreed on doing it is one thing. Hey, we agree on doing it. Now we just need to figure out how we're going to get it done. No, that's not where we're at in the process. And the process where we're at is I don't agree with we don't. You haven't convinced me that I need to do it. That's where we are in this entire process. Let me pause and someone dropped a Cash App. Hold on, where we at? Thank you. Shout out to Crystal. Thank you so much for the $20 Cash App. Thank you so much for this. Let me send you a heart because I appreciate that. Yes, you guys, if you want to do the I forgot to put this little thing up too. That always helps. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Truly a blessing when you guys donate. It means the world to me. I really appreciate it. And with that being said, let me get these super chats real quick. The most awesome is Chris. I'll bring you up, Chris. We got one more video to dive into, and I'm gonna bring you up. I want to get your thoughts on this. Thank you for the super chat again. Most awesome Chris says, how is DeSantis not racist? He got rid of a black district called Anything Black, CRT. Well, we can talk about it. And again, I don't agree with everything that he's done, but this right here, I like to look at things and examine things before I pass judgment. And people are saying what he did with the Black African-American studies is racist. I don't see the racism in it. So again, if you're going to call somebody a racist, I want to see. I don't like racist people either, but show me where it's racist that he's calling these things out. And what he said was you need to make adjustments. He never said that he was blocking African-American studies, AP studies from being taught. So again, we got to be on the same page, right? If you want to call somebody a racist, we'll bring the proof, right? Bring the proof. Shout out to Chris again. Says it's a dishonest conversation. Chris, I'm gonna bring you up. I want you to be the first one to come up. Chris Tom with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. He said, I've never sent a super chat before. I would come on the live stream, but I'm currently a black officer and I don't want to be on YouTube. The only criticism, you have to upload more. You're too important. Hey man, I really appreciate this, brother. Thank you for this. That's a beautiful statement to make. There's so much to talk about, and so I feel like I never have enough time. And as the channel continues to grow, these comments really help inspire and motivate me as well. And thank you for being the first super chat that you sent. I really appreciate it, man. I do. I think what we're seeing now today is people really struggling to speak out against things that they, when I was younger, this was not uncommon to speak out against things you didn't like. The society has changed so much now to where, we are concerned more about how a person's going to feel about hearing the truth versus just telling them the truth. And it's created a very weak and fragile society, to be completely honest. And I think that's what makes things so dangerous. So Chris, I appreciate this statement. And I will definitely work harder, brother. I'll definitely work harder for sure, to put some stuff out. So we can definitely have these conversations. And I'm curious to see who's going to come up and have this talk, but there's definitely a lot to be said on this. So Chris, thank you. God bless, brother. I really appreciate this. So reparations. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the back so you guys can start lining up. Let me see. And then I'm going to play this video with Sir Crump a lot, because I think it's important for us to hear what he has to say. And then after we play this video, I'll definitely take some statements. Those who, disagree, might have a disagreement, would love to hear what you have to say. You're more than welcome to come up and speak your mind. Only thing is you have to cam up if you want to have the conversation. That is very, very, very necessary. The last thing that's on this list I want to cover is, let me see. This one is the last thing on the list. This is the sixth thing on the list that he had issues with out of the entire curriculum. And I'll do a quick little run through or breeze through the curriculum for those who are not familiar. But you guys, it's 6 topics on here that he pointed out that he stated need to be addressed. This one right here is topic 4.31, Black Study and the Black Struggle in the 21st Century. Said including reading consists of D.G. Kelly argues that activism rather than the university system is the catalyst for social transformation. Kelly's first book was a study of Black communists in Alabama. Kelly warns that simply establishing safe spaces and renaming campus buildings does nothing to overthrow capitalism. Damn. I can see why they have an issue with this. You know, America's not going to let you destroy their infrastructure of capitalism, right? They're not going to allow you to do that. I think, you know, people have to wake up, right? This is a country, and this country has a structure. The economic structure in this country is capitalism. Whether you like it, hate it, love it, it doesn't matter. The government is not going to allow you to come in here and destabilize the country. It's just not going to happen, you guys. That's why we have the CIA and the FBI, who they do their little tricks and magic tricks behind the scenes. They're not going to let you come over here and do that, right? Essentially, what are they saying? What they have an issue with this? That this person is talking about this particular study. There is teachings of dismantling the actual system of the government. They're not going to let that happen. So then why would they allow you to teach that? Right? That's indoctrination 101. That's agenda pushing 101. You don't have to like the country, and no one's forcing you to stay in this country, right? If you don't like the country, you're free to go, right? And I think that's really the moral of the story is, if you really despise the way capitalism is and so forth and so on, you're more than happy to leave, right? The United States is not forcing anybody to stay here to deal with the shit that they put out every day, right? The propaganda they put out. You know, it's a choice. It's always a choice. And with that being said, they're not going to let you come in and actually indoctrinate a group of children so that as they get older, they try to change the system of capitalism. They don't want it changed. I mean, I don't know how much, I mean, they go out their way and they spend a lot of money to dumb people down so they do not change the system. So the argument could be whether or not the system should be changed. That's a whole different argument. The reality is they're not going to allow that to happen. So why? This is their country, right? We can argue whose country it should be, but the facts of the matter is it's their country. They want it, not fair and square, but they want it, right? And when you're in charge, you make the decisions. And if you want to teach what you want to teach your children, then pull them out of school. But when you send your kids to public school, you don't have a choice. All right? You don't have a choice. That's why a lot of people they homeschool. People who are like, I don't agree with any of this stuff. Then you homeschool your children, right? And so there are pros and cons to public education. As parents, you got to do the best you can to counteract a lot of the BS that's being taught in school. But you have to understand your limitations. What is the curriculum saying in reference to that topic? Black Studies and Black Struggles. This topic explores reflections on the evolution of Black studies and the fields. What is it? Salience and the presence through a text by scholars such as Robin D.G. Kelly. I'm not familiar with them. You guys, I didn't get a chance to read through any of the authors. I'm not familiar with a lot of them, but I wanted to just kind of let you just kind of go through a little bit just so you can just kind of see. I'm gonna start from the top and I'm just briefly go through it so you guys can see what's actually in here. This is a PDF, so there's not a way for me to actually link this to the chat. I guess I'm not to the chat, but to the video so you can see it. You can click it later on and look it up. I'll try to find a way to do it. But for the most part, I just wanted you to see what this course was about. The curriculum, honestly, I think is a phenomenal curriculum. And if we just look at overall AP American Studies interdisciplinary course that examines the diversity of African-American experiences through direct encounters with authentic and very varied sources. The course focuses on 4 thematic units that move across the instructional year chronologically, provide students opportunity to examine key topics that extend from the medieval kingdoms of West Africa, which I thought was really dope, that part right there, and the ongoing challenges and achievements of the contemporary moment. Given the interdisciplinary character of African American studies, students in the course will develop skills across multiple fields with an emphasis of developing historical, literal, visual, and data analysis skills. The new course foregrounds a study of the diversity of Black communities in the United States within the broader context of Africa and the African diaspora. You guys, I think, I read through the curriculum. I thought it was well put together. I was really impressed. I didn't see anything that jumped out at me except for maybe two of those things. And then when two or three of those things, and then after seeing what was pointed out by Florida, what they had issues with, I was like, okay, wow. Okay, now I understand what the issues are. And again, if you look through the actual curriculum, we could just kind of, unit 1 talks about the African diaspora, gives you what the topics are. Hopefully you guys can see this pretty well. Let me see if I can zoom in a little more. The first look of the Africa's first look, it kind of breaks down. I thought this right here was probably one of the most interesting things. I want to learn about the different African kingdoms, the West African empires. And then unit 2, freedom, enslavement, and resistance, Atlantic African transatlantic slave trade, as we know, the Middle Passage, we know. It goes into Black identities. One thing I did not see in here, though, which I was kind of a little disappointed in, economics. And I don't know if they put that in here to some capacity, but I'm going to show you why I say that as we scroll down into the bottom of this. We go into the reading, active reading, and the authors that are actually in here. Unit 3 is the practice of freedom, Reconstruction and Black politics, uplift ideology, the new Negro resistance, art, literature, and music. I thought this is absolutely important. The migration, Pan-Africanism is important. Movements and debates, anti-colonial movements and military services, Black power, Black pride, Black birth, Black studies. You know, they talk about Black Panther Party in here as well. Of course, as we talked about the Black feminist movement, womanism. I mean, that has to be taught because that was a very key component in Black history. So, but again, I think it's one thing to teach and one thing to indoctrinate, right? So that is unit 4. Honestly, the biggest problems they have is all within unit 4. Everything that's a problem is in unit 4 when it comes to this, you guys. And so there is, and each topic they give you what what they're going to be focusing on and things like that. I thought I was very impressed. I'm not going to lie. I was very impressed with the curriculum overall. A lot of these things I myself don't have a clue about. So I have definitely an interest. I looked at the books because I actually want to familiarize myself a lot more. But outside of those key things, I think those are easy fixes. But when you go down all the way, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm just going to run through here. But I like this. This is crazy. Like they got the Sudanic empires of Songhai, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So again, it gives you the just kind of like the history and description of Africa and so forth and so on. I think this is going to be a great class, just in general, a great class. They try to slip some bullshit in there though, but you know that, and all he said was, look, fix that and we good. Fix that and we're good. Let me go down here because I think this is important at the bottom. And then we're going to move on. I'm sorry, y'all. I hope y'all not getting dizzy looking at this. All right. Here's the table of common course content. And I wonder if you guys find this interesting as well. Let me know your thoughts on this. Historical content. Common course content is indicated on college and high school syllabus. So on one side, they tell you what's on the college syllabus. On the other side, they tell you the percentage of information on the high school syllabus. So when it comes to slavery, that makes up 98% of the content. When it comes to civil rights, 70% for high school, 96%, and so forth and so on. Reconstruction, 52 for the college, 84 for high school, and then Civil War, 34% for college, and then 80% for high school. I thought this was interesting. Another interesting component here that I thought needed to be addressed is the text, right? Going into the textbook. I don't know. I honestly, and somebody would have to answer this for me. Is too much emphasis put on, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, but I feel like there's content missing that I felt may not speak to an empowerment. I feel like a lot of this speaks to just the I don't know. I think I would want to see something a lot more empowering, something that would empower, and then also, like I said, there's nothing in here. I don't see too much anything about economics, empowerment, but maybe it shouldn't be, right? Maybe this is, since it's just history, you just really focus on that. The Souls of Black Folks, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration by Michelle Alexander. This is actually a very good read here. Letter from Birmingham Jail, not familiar with that. Okay, no, that's Martin Luther King's letter. Appeal for the Colored Citizen of the World. What to the Slave is the 4th of July. The Case for Reparations. This is Ta-Nehisi Coates. This is also a good read. It's an article. It's a great article. The Miseducation of the Negro. This is also good. Carter G. Woodson. So there's some things in here. Discourse on colonialism. I don't know. I just felt like I guess I think there should have been something a little bit more. This is interesting. I want to look this up. Claude McKay, If We Must Die, because I'm into poetry. Shout out to those who are into poetry. The Ballad of the Bullet. Now, this is good. I'm all for this one right here. It's one of my favorite speeches. There's a couple more Malcolm X speeches they could have added to this. That's absolute necessary. I did put this one in here, The Message to the Grassroots. This is a great speech as well. I'm not familiar with this, but I'm going to look this up. So, you guys, there's still some reading I need to do on my own as well. But I don't know. I think I wanted to see a little bit more uplifting and empowerment stuff, but maybe that might not be what it's about. Here's some more reading here if you guys want to take a look at what will actually be inside the curriculum. So just kind of giving you just a quick little run through for those if you want to kind of double check on your own after the stream, to let you know what's going to be actually taught. Now, I wasn't a fan of 12 Years a Slave. You know, I'm not really a big fan of a bunch of slave material. I'm really big on empowering and progression. So I like here, it tells you the number of institutions using this. So author W.D. Du Bois in here. I feel like there were some other authors that should have been added to this. I would have loved to have seen like a Thomas Sowell, definitely like more balanced approach to. I would have loved to have seen who else should have been in here. Now, here's the issue I had. These films. Wasn't feeling a lot of these films. Not a fan of Amistad. Not a fan of 12 Years a Slave. Not a fan of Roots. I feel like there's some issues with Roots. I don't know. I just I don't know. What do you guys think about this, right? Here's the film choice that they plan on actually showing the students. I don't know. I feel like there's some things that could have been added, a few things that could have been taken away. Wasn't really a fan of a lot of these film choices at all. 42 is a good documentary. I feel like there's just a lot more that should have been added. But that's just my personal. That's my personal. Again, like someone said in the beginning of the stream, that there's African American scholars. Django should have been on there. I agree. Django should have definitely been on that thing. Boy, that should have been on there. Put Django on. So that's my take on that, you guys. When you go back over that and see it, unfortunately, I can't put that. Since it's a PDF, I can't attach it to the video. I will find a way to do it, though. I think there's a way. I'll have to download it and then drop a link, sort of thing. But I will put something together so you guys can have access to it, and then I'll probably put it in the comment section, or so you guys can follow up. You guys, so ultimately, that is the issues that he pointed out. And again, he never said that he was banning AP African American Studies. I'm going to let you decide based on what we showed whether or not you feel like this was the right thing to do. I will definitely pull it back up as I bring people up. Before I go over the Ben Crump situation, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to bring up this brother in the back. He the most awesome guy. I'm gonna bring him up because he had some interesting pushback. So I want to hear what he has to say. and we will bring back up these 6 points that were pointed out as the issues that they had. I wish there was a way to zoom into this a little more so everybody can see it, so we can kind of go through it in reference to. I want to hear his thoughts, because I think it's going to be good to hear a difference of opinion as it relates to this. And then Chaotic, I see you in the back as well. Give me 1 second. So let's see. Do I want to play the video first? Or yeah, you got some good time. The most awesome. Thumbs up if you got time. I'm gonna do the 5-minute video. If not, I'll pull you up right now. What you got? You got thumbs down? Oh man, his brother said, I ain't got no time for you. He said, I want to go ahead and drag you real quick. He said, I want to hurry up and drag you and go to bed. That's what he said. I'm gonna pull you up, brother. All right.
What's up, man?
What's good, Chief? What's good? What's good with you?
I mean, I was good until I started listening to this video, man. Like, come on, man. I ain't know you was one of them, man.
Man, one of them what? What you mean, man? What you mean?
Man, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I know I saw you on the show. I know I saw Tatum on the show, so I just thought that was a cop thing. I ain't know you was one of them, man.
What you mean, bro? You go here talking to
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you.
I know, bro. You good.
Let's start like intersectionality. All right.
Okay.
Well, this is why I say this is a dishonest conversation.
Mm.
And why intersectionality is important in the AA studies. Okay. First of all, have you ever taken an AA studies class?
Yes, I took an AA studies class, but that was a long time ago. And
make it worse, bro. Come on, then you know.
Well, no,
all right.
Well, no. Well, I mean, to your point though, I don't think there's anything wrong with the AP studies or AA studies. I have no issues with it. I think it's necessary. I don't have an issue with it. I was just
before we start, I gotta eject with the framing you kept doing through your whole when you was going through the syllabus. He kept saying he protecting these children. First of all, this is an advanced placement class. This is a college class. You get college credits for this class. So no children are taking this class. This is a high school class. This is probably high school juniors and seniors taking this class. Correct. And it's elective. It's an elective class. Okay. I mean, they are choosing to take this class.
Correct.
Then you made a comment about do they do this in European AP studies? First of all, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure DeSantis and them didn't go through AP in European studies, AP French studies, AP German studies, AP Chinese studies, AP Latin studies, AP Japanese studies, AP Italian studies. I'm sure they didn't go through every one of them syllabus with a fine-tooth comb like they did AA studies to see the things they didn't like. I'm positive they didn't.
Well, so before you go, first, see if you can center yourself, because I think you might be off. Can you see yourself in the thing?
Yeah, I can see. I wasn't trying to hold it during this while.
Yeah, nah, you good. I thought it was me at first. I'm like, nah, that's just there you go.
Right.
So first let's break down what you said, right? In reference to whether or not what you're insinuating is that you believe.
Oh, I ain't insinuating.
Well, what you're stating is you know for a fact that he didn't examine any other curriculum to the degree that he's examining the AP African American studies. Well, that's an assumption. We don't know that, right?
Yeah, I said I don't know for a fact, but I'd be surprised that he did. The reason I say that is because you got come on, the whole CRT in the class. They banned Ruby Bridges' book, dude. The little girl that went the segregated school was a little girl with the people. They banned that book because they say they don't tell both sides. What both sides could be in that situation?
Well, here's my thing, right? Now, again, I don't agree with everything that everybody does. But what I will say is though, when you're talking about educating people, you do have to be careful. Now, I think at the same time, when we talk about someone being indoctrinated, I think that's what this whole conversation is about. When you don't give a well-rounded perspective of a situation, it's easy to mislead people. So no one is saying that.
But some situations ain't a well-rounded perspective. There's no well-rounded perspective to the Holocaust. What you gonna say? Why the Germans felt they had to massacre 11 million people?
Yes,
that perspective doesn't matter.
No, it does absolutely matters. How could you say that? That does matter. So you're saying they should tell the story based on the victims and not based on the oppressor. You tell the whole story so people understand the context as to why things happen.
No. Telling the whole story is like Germany, the Nazis felt this way. They did these atrocities to these people, not just Jews, but black Germans, Romanis, handicapped, disabled, all of it. Gays, they killed only 6 million Jews. There was 11 million people they killed. So,
but to your point though, the truth of the matter is they do talk about and teach you why Hitler. They even give you his origin story. Why? Because they knew how important it was for people to understand how did he get to this point. The reason why that's important is because they don't want history to repeat itself, right? They see the origin of man coming up.
Yeah, but they're not banning the schools for teaching the Holocaust because they're not teaching Mein Kampf at the same time.
But to your point though, you have the Jewish community that ban and cancel people when they don't speak on their history properly. So again, that power exists for people to make sure, hey, if you're not giving an accurate account of this, then you're not going to be teaching it. So yeah, it happens all the time. Just because we get in a situation where we don't pay attention and we allow people to teach our history for us, see, that's the problem. So at the end of the day,
I don't agree with what you're saying. Is me teaching the Holocaust from the point. All right, let's just take me teaching the Holocaust.
Okay.
I can't have my class watch Schindler's List because on the flip side, I didn't have them watch or read Mein Kampf to give us some balance. That's bull. Come on, that's bull.
I think at the end of the day, right? Education is probably one of the most dangerous things you can weaponize. And we know what it looks like when people weaponize education against a community. If we have an issue with what's being taught, then we need to control what's being taught to Black people. And there's only one way to do that. And so again, we can talk about and debate on why we feel like this should be taught or why this shouldn't be taught. The reality is DeSantis can make that decision. He is the president of Florida. He can decide what goes into his curriculum and what does not go in there. And
yeah,
I think the things that he pointed out.
I agree with what you're saying, but his decisions are political.
Correct. It's political.
His decisions are political. So it don't matter what this AA class. It could have. Let's say the intersectionality stuff wasn't in there. Let's say the Black Lives Matter stuff wasn't in there. Let's say none of them 6 things was in there originally, and they submitted that class. He has still found a reason to
you can't
make that class.
You cannot make. No, you
but
cannot.
I can.
No,
the dude banned the Ruby Bridges book.
We're not talking about Ruby Bridges. We're talking about this particular situation.
I understand, but your pattern of behavior leads me to make an opinion about what you're doing. Your pattern of behavior.
That pattern of behavior is making you make an assumption about something that did not happen. You want to play what could have happened, what aboutism this could
but
have.
It's not what aboutism, it's facts. They banned the Ruby Bridges book. That's a fact. They banned. But hold up. But it's a broader point. They banned the Ruby Bridges book. They banned letters from a Birmingham prison, a Birmingham jail from Martin Luther King. They banned that. They took away the two Black voting districts in Florida and consolidated them into one district, therefore cutting the Black voting power in half. And then they did this. So when you do X, Y, Z, and then you get to A, B, then you get to C. Of course, I can say, well, you're doing C because of this, because your pattern, your track record has led me to this point.
Okay, so, I see what you're saying. So let me ask you this. I see what you're saying. I think you make a valid point, right? So let me ask you this, since we're going off of pattern recognition. If someone were to tell you that you have a Black boy who has broken into homes for the last 5 years, and someone says, well, I know he's been arrested 6 times for breaking into homes. He tells you that he promises he's not going to do it anymore. This is his last time getting arrested. He's not going to break in any more homes. Is it safe to say, based on your explanation and your logic just now, that because he has a pattern and shows a pattern of breaking into homes, that he's going to continue to break into homes after he told you he's not going to do it? You were saying, based on your understanding and your logic that you just used right now, that because he has done it so many times means that the next time he's most likely going to do it again, simply because he's shown that pattern. Is that what you're saying?
In your example, the answer is no. But you're comparing apples and oranges. I say it in your example, but you're comparing apples and oranges because you're comparing someone's political agenda to a human person's behavior. That's two different things.
An agenda is an agenda, because when you have an agenda, is in the mind. Acting out the agenda is the behavior. So when you have a criminal thought that I'm going to commit crime, that's in the mind. It's when you act it out is when you become a criminal. So what you're saying is DeSantis, you're looking at his pattern of what he has done politically. And you're saying that even if these 6 things were not a thing, he would have still found something in there to complain about, is what you're saying. But honestly, that's a very, very wrong way to actually look at a situation. And this is why I say that, because everything he pointed out, he provided a legitimate explanation. And honestly, out of those 6 things, except for one.
But he didn't give a legitimate explanation. Because there was no violence. It was no violence on what was the one he said was no violence? Whatever topic. What does it matter is no violence. This is not no violence. Like it was no dissenting opinion.
Okay. Well, here's the other thing too. We got to also look at is that we haven't necessarily looked. We have this brief overview, but we don't know what the actual teaching curriculum is per se, right? He said that there's something that lacks balance, and it was in, I want to say, reparations. He says all points and resources in this study advocate for reparations. What he's saying is there is no comparative analysis. There's no constructive criticism in it.
But why would it be? It's an African American studies class. Why would it be opposition to a benefit for African Americans? That's dumb.
No. That's not what he's saying, right? This is an educational course. So why would you only express a one-sided view? There are Black people who don't agree with reparations. So why would you just give one view about this particular topic and not give a well-rounded perspective? This is an advanced placement class, meaning that there's an this class is for critical thinkers.
But listen to your point. For this to be valid concern, that means that every AP class for every other ethnic group, which is a lot of them in Florida, has to have violence to every topic, and they don't.
How do you know? Have you read?
Because they've been here before DeSantis. They've been around before DeSantis. This is just a new one.
Have you read any other AP courses regarding any other nationality or ethnicity's history?
I have not. But they predate. They predate DeSantis. They predate DeSantis. This is a new class.
You cannot make statements when you do not have the facts, right? You're making assumptions. You're making an assumption. Is that
making an educated assumption? Which is a hypothesis. I'm making an educated assumption.
Listen, brother, you must have got a Florida education the way you're talking right now.
No, I'm not. I'm in DC. Dude, like when I hear this, I got school teachers all in my family, right?
All right.
I'm in DC. You ain't getting more liberal than this. You ain't getting more Black than this.
Okay.
And all this crap that they say, they teaching in the schools. I got 5 kids, dog. I would know. I would know.
Are you biased?
As far as what? I'm fair. I'm fair. I can put my biases to the side.
Okay, and
put fairness.
Okay, so let's put your biases to the side, because when I'm examining these things, I put my bias to the side. I believe reparations. Do you agree in reparations? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe African Americans, descendants of slaves, should be given reparations. Is that correct?
Not only descendants of slaves, I think ADOS people should get it first.
Okay.
But after ADOS, I think all Black Americans should get it. Because Black Americans and descendants of slavery is 2 different things.
Yes, I agree. But I disagree. I think reparations should only be for African descendants of slaves. African Americans.
I agree, but I disagree. I agree that initially reparations should be for ADOS or foundational Black, whatever you want to call it, descendants of slavery.
Okay.
But you cannot deny that people came from you saw the Marcus Garvey thing when they're the Pan-Africans, then the Pan-American people that came from the Caribbean. in the 40s, 50s, 60s, they experienced the same discrimination that the descendants of slavery did. They got redlined, they got boycotted, they got black coded and everything along with the descendants of slavery. But I think the descendants of slavery should get taken care of first. I think it should be two separate things.
I think I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with that point that you're making as far as when you're black living in America during that time, you shared an experience. And to say that those who were descendants of slaves experienced something very unique, I agree with that as well. What I would argue is that by just taking care of those who are descendants of slaves, I think everything else will trickle down outside of that. Regardless of what anybody has to say, at the end of the day, immigrants would not have been able to have such a very comfortable position in this country if it wasn't for those who were already here putting in the work.
Sure.
And so with that being said, I think that within itself should be immigrants' reparations, to be honest, in my personal opinion. I think that reparations has to go beyond the check. And I think by going beyond the check, you ultimately help all people who are Black Americans, regardless. And so, I don't.
When you say beyond the check, I'm not against beyond the check, but when you say beyond the check, let's be straight. A check need to be involved. But when you say go beyond the check, like what other things that you say besides the check?
I mean, education, infrastructure, right? I think, and also the changing of culture. I mean, there's a lot. I think most importantly, education has to be on the forefront. I think Black people have to remove themselves from white institutions in order to grow, change, and become more independent, so that we're not so reliant on this country for survival.
I can see what you said. I think the public school system, the biggest problem with the public school system is that it's property tax funded. So you already build in an imbalance, because I'm just throwing out neighborhoods, and I'm sure everybody in America knows. Like the people in Bel Air, their public schools will be way better than the people in Compton.
Okay.
So it's already an imbalance. It's not fair. So when people say, I had the same opportunity. Like, all right, I'll give you an example.
Well, then before you do that, I get what you're saying. How do you fund it? How do you fund it then? How do you fund schools?
Like the government funded, like the federal government funded.
Okay.
That way it'll be equal. Like the same money your school get, the same money my school get. Now, if the people in that area want to donate to the school, that's something different. But my school shouldn't be lacking textbooks because we live in a low property tax area. Because you already know the Black area going to be rentals and stuff like that. So it ain't going to be a lot of property tax to go into the school. So you already know that. So just that makes it an imbalance. But
no, I think regardless, the quality of a school should have nothing to do with
where you live at.
Yeah, it shouldn't have anything to do with anything. A school should be quality no matter where it is in this country. And so I agree with you 100%. To me, and that's common sense, but that's another problem with this country, right? Everything is rooted in the haves versus the have-nots.
And an example I was going to give you is like I just had a son just graduated this year. Just graduated college this year.
Congrats.
So, but when he was going to college, when he was going to college, he wanted to go to Georgetown. That was his dream school. And anybody know anything about Georgetown? That's damn near Ivy League school. They only accept, I think, like 12% of all freshmen. So I'm like, damn, I got a black son. That's a bonus, right? I'm like, damn, I'm gonna get that race card. I'm gonna get that first action card, right? So like, I got the black son. My son had a 4.25 GPA, right?
That's what's up.
And he took dual enrollment in high school, which means he was taking college classes and high school classes at the same time. So I'm like, damn, so he's smart, he's black. We should get into Georgetown, right? That should be a thumbs up. He didn't get in, right? So then I started watching these videos on YouTube, like how I got into Georgetown or how I got into Stanford and shit like that, right? And they're like, oh, it was real easy. My mom paid for this SAT tutor, and then I went to this SAT prep class, and then I had like this special tutor for the or like all this stuff that costs like money. I looked up these stuff. Like this stuff is probably like a couple thousand, $5,000-$10,000 that her parents invested so she can get into Georgetown, right?
Mm-hmm.
The average person don't have $10,000 to spend just to spend on to try to get into one school. Like that still didn't guarantee her to get into Georgetown, but she had the disposable money to put towards even trying to get into Georgetown, right? So the kid that's coming from Compton has he ain't even on fair ground. Trying to compete for them 12% of the slots getting filled by incoming freshmen. That's a problem too. Like when people say
So
we all got the same opportunity, we don't.
Is that the only school where you can get a good education at though?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like I mean, I'm just giving an example when I say,
Yeah.
when people say everything is equal, it's really not.
No,
It's
nothing's
really not.
equal. Nothing's equal. I mean, if there's a lot that happens, right? It's hard work. It's sacrifice. It's you could be a product of poor parenting. You could be a product of parents who didn't hold any economics down in their home, and you're a byproduct of that. No, nothing's fair, right? At the end of the day, nothing's fair. You get the cards that you're dealt with, just like that kid who's born deaf and blind, right? How's that fair? And he got to sit here and learn how to read Braille to get into college. So again, life.
I agree with that. I was watching before I tuned into your stream. I was watching some of your shorts, and I saw you ask his brother, "Was he oppressed? Like, are you oppressed?" It was like one of your shorts, and you didn't really like the answer he gave. And I don't think that Black people in America are oppressed. It's not like Jim Crow. Them people were oppressed.
Correct.
Being oppressed don't mean like you live in slavery or you live in like a police state and you can't move freely. That ain't being oppressed. Being oppressed is like, I can do what you do and do the exact same thing you did, but that's a bad example. I have to do more than what you have to do just to get to where you're at. That's oppression. Like people come from my neighborhood in DC. I got to do way more than the kids in Bel Air to get to even what like them people would consider even like a bottom up standard. So that's the oppression.
So are you saying that? So then I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked him: are Black people oppressed?
Somewhat, yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat.
Is it the same? When people say that, when I see conservative Black people like yourself say that, and I don't know if you're conservative, but you say a lot of conservative sounding things. So if you ain't conservative, you wear the conservative costume very well. So when I see them say things like that, they say everything from a point of view of like from the 40s, 50s, 60s. Do the racism of today look like the racism back then? No. Do the oppression back of today look like the oppression back then? No. That don't mean it still ain't aspects of it. That don't mean that just the fact that if you look at stats today, one out of every 5 Black males is going to end up in prison or in jail at one point. That's oppression.
No, that's not oppression.
It is oppression.
Okay, so let's look into that. You said 1 out of 5 Black men are going to end up in prison, right?
And before we go down the stats, 'cause I know you're about to pull out the stats on me. Before we go down the stats, right?
But we got to tackle one thing at a time because you said a lot of good points. You made a lot of good points.
All right, I just want to get this before because I know you probably got a lot of conservative Black people watching this.
No, I don't actually.
Like you do.
We balance over here, brother. I'm independent.
All right. Well, even the few that are watching you there, when they do these crime stats, if you look at the FBI crime statistics, it say, even though they say 50% of all violent crimes are committed by Black people, it says on there that I think 70% or 60% of the people they identify as Black do not self-identify as Black. So to you, I could be a brother from the DR. I don't consider myself Black. I consider myself Dominican. But when the police arrest me, they book me as a Black dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. So before we go down these statistics, but
yeah, no, it makes sense. I think that's the problem when we have this social construct of race, right? I think we put ourselves in a trick bag because the reality is, you know, we're a mixture of a lot of different things. How do we basically, if you have melanin to your skin tone, more than likely you're gonna fall into the black category unless you're Latino, right? And so
Even if you are Latino, you got to be presenting Latino to be counted as Latino.
yeah, but then you also have things. Well, what do you do when someone who's black and Asian, they're mixed? Guess what category?
It depends on how you present. It depends on how you present.
So that's why the number is always going to be a little bit skewed because there's no way to properly identify. It's not like we're in tribes, right? It'd be one thing if this was Africa, we're in the continent of Africa, and it's easy to distinguish people by tribe, not by skin color. Because by tribe, you know for a fact, I'm either this tribe, I'm tribe A, B, C, or D. And that's a more accurate way to be able to put everybody in a very consistent pattern of identifying what one person is doing over another person. So again, there's going to be a little bit confusion in that 100%. You have some white people, you have some Latinos who think they're white and they put white down on the paper. So it goes both ways.
Because up until I think the 70s, Latinos was categorized as white. They didn't have their own categorization.
They didn't have their own category. But I'm saying as far as they believe that they're white, right? They go into white spaces knowing that they're you know,
especially the lighter presenting the whiter Cubans.
That's right. So you get what I'm saying? So people, of course, right? And again, you have people from other countries as well outside of the US who don't align themselves with this Eurocentric, Afrocentric view of what color is. They represent themselves by their nationality.
Like Dominican.
Correct.
Like Dominican. Yeah.
So of course the data is the data is not 100%. It's just a way for us to analyze things that are going on. So to your point.
But if you don't think that the fact that 1 out of 5 black males will find themselves behind bars one day, even prison or jail, you don't think that's oppression? Why don't you?
No, I don't think it's oppression at all. Why? What's oppressive about it?
Because you set the conditions for them to put themselves in a situation to end up in jail.
Who set conditions?
Yeah.
Who set? Come on. No, we're having a conversation. I want to have a clear understanding because a lot of times people say things and I want to get an understanding so that I know how to respond properly. When you
all right, I'm gonna tell you. All right, so in the 70s, Nixon with the war on drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
CIA flooded.
Tell me about today. We're talking about
today. We got to start where it starts.
Okay.
In the 70s with Nixon with the war on drugs. So the CIA floods the ghettos with heroin. No, did they make anybody sell heroin? No, did they make anybody use heroin? But you put it there, it's either gonna get sold or it's gonna get used. Like it's one of the other. So they flood the heroin, then they do the war on drugs. So they heavily penalize these crimes. They heavily police these areas because they put they know the drugs, so they put them there. So they like you ever see police videos and they do the sting and they put the little bait car in the area. So of course they gonna catch somebody because they put it there, right? Mm-hmm. So then you got that in the 70s. And then in the 80s, Iran Contra and flooding and bringing all the cocaine in the black neighborhoods. Then you came up with the crime bill. We're gonna treat crack different than cocaine. So all right, personal story.
No.
Because this gonna go to my point.
Okay.
When I was 12, like I said, I'm from DC, so right across from DC is, but I don't know if you're familiar with the DMV area, but right across the bridge is Virginia. My dad was arrested in Virginia. He used to use crack. So my dad was arrested because the police found crack within 20 feet of him. They didn't find it on him. They didn't find it in his possession. When they stopped him and they searched, they found some crack within 20 feet. My dad went to jail for a year, but just being within 20 feet of crack. So what does that do? That leaves me and my brother.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something about your story. Was your father a drug dealer?
No.
He never sold crack before?
No.
Did your father ever use crack?
Yes, I said he used crack. I said that.
He used crack.
Yeah,
Based on my experience, crackheads don't drop their crack.
it wasn't his.
So you're
That's what I'm
saying,
trying to tell you. No, this you didn't listen to what I'm telling
hold
you.
on, what I'm saying, were you there?
Virginia,
Were you there?
dude. What you know with crack is they don't drop crack. Crackheads don't keep crack; they smoke it.
Right.
so,
So I'm
crackheads
asking
don't.
you,
But
were you
hold up,
there? Were you there?
no, I wasn't there. But
You
my
weren't there.
crackhead,
Hold on, wait
but
1 second. I just want to get a clear understanding. Your father didn't sell crack,
no,
but he used crack, right?
yeah,
He told you a story that he was stopped by the police, and the police found crack within 20 feet of him, and he said it was not his, and they charged him anyway. They charged a
they
crack user.
found with distribution.
Okay, how much crack was it? Was it a distributed?
It was just like one rock or something, or a couple of rocks. But the
So
point is, it might sound far fetched for you, but Virginia had the 20 feet law, so they could have stopped you. They could have stopped you walking down the street and searched around you and found crack. It belongs to you. Like that
no,
was just.
I agree with what you're saying as far as the laws were adversarial to Black people then, and it was done intentionally to incarcerate Black people at a high rate of numbers. But what I'm saying though is I have never met a person who used crack to lose his crack. That is unheard of. And
No,
I've arrested
I'm not
plenty.
saying that. No,
Yeah,
the crackheads lost their crack. What the dealers would do when the police came, they would just throw their shit.
right, correct.
And all they got to do is get it is 20 feet from them.
Mm-hmm. And
So
your
if I
dad
throw my
happened to be
crack,
walking around that day and was next to the crack, 20 feet next to him.
yeah,
Okay.
it happens all the time. Like it might sound crazy, but it happens all the time.
I don't think it sounds
Right.
crazy. What's crazy is the fact that they charged them and sentenced him. That to me, that's what's crazy. I think
Because Virginia has zero tolerance.
yes,
So
that's
yeah,
the problem. The problem with the crack epidemic and the war on drugs is they treated it as a criminal problem when it should have been treated as a health problem. And so we see these disparities, and we see how we see the issue with this country when now we have an opioid crisis and they're treating it as a health concern, right? Where
why
they're not
is that? Why is
criminalizing.
that?
Well, they're
Why
not
is that?
criminalizing. Oh, I know exactly why that is. Because
Because
the number,
the people that using it got the complexion for the protection.
correct, absolutely. You know, welcome to America. Yeah. What you listen, I was working when it happened. You know, they were teaching us we had to carry Narcan around because they were overdosing. I've even watched them change the laws in Georgia to where now, even if you are using drugs and you're shooting yourself up, right? If you call the police, I can't prosecute you once I find you in possession with it because you're calling for help, right? So they did that because what would happen is a
People
user,
wouldn't call for
you
help.
have a couple users who are shooting up, and then one of their homeboy will start ODing and in the process of dying, but because they don't want to get in trouble being, using the drug, they don't call
They
it.
ain't call for help. Yeah.
So I've watched them change the laws. So best believe I agree with what you're saying. Yes, there's a concerted effort not to care about Black issues in this country. Dude, I'm all for that. I know exactly that's the truth.
And a little side note on what you just said, a little side note, that's how we got sanctuary cities, right?
What kind of cities?
Sanctuary cities.
Okay.
Like I know the right say sanctuary cities and they try to put it on the left, right? But we got sanctuary cities because it started in New York under your boy, what's your boy with the Giuliani? Because the undocumented people, the illegal aliens, would not call the police when stuff happened. So people would start robbing the illegal aliens and sticking them up and raping them and stuff like that. So they wouldn't report it. So they came up with sanctuary cities so they could report the crimes.
Correct. Yes.
And Giuliani did that. That wasn't no liberal thing. Giuliani created that.
So there's to your point, and I don't want to get too far, but I do understand that concept too, because that's the thing. People don't want to get caught up by ICE, so they don't report crimes. And we used to call them here in Georgia, we used to call, you know, a lot of the Hispanic immigrants, we used to call them ATMs, you know, because robbers would look at them as free money because they know if they rob them, who you're going to call the police and risk being deported and so forth and so on. And so it was a thing. You have to be mindful of that. We'd always encourage the community where there's a high immigrant population that, listen, we're not here to get you jammed up, but don't sit here and be a victim of crime. It is sad, unfortunately, to your point. But I want to go back to this issue when we talk about incarceration. Even if we look at today, listen, I'm not disagreeing with you that this country has made a concerted effort to oppress Black people since conception. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, as of today, right now, we have progressed since the 60s, since the 50s, since the 40s, 30s, and 20s.
Most definitely.
All right. And so I think sometimes when we have these discussions, people are still using old rhetoric to explain new problems. And I think though we can both agree that the way we got into this problem, right? I believe that white supremacy is how we got here, but it's not in fact the reason why we are still here as a community.
Yeah, but them old problems got children. Them old problems got grandchildren.
Yes.
Yeah, we ain't dealing with that problem anymore, but that problem spun the new problem.
But of course, but that's life though. So of course, we're of course it's obvious that these things are historical as far as how problems have progressed. But the question is, the issue I have when people make a lot of these statements, what they fail to realize is they start taking away the accountability for what needs to be done moving forward. We can continue to blame generation after generation because if we keep with that mindset, then there's never going to be a solution. There's never going to be a person who's going to be responsible to start making the shift.
No, because to your point, what did I say though? I said nobody. But what I say about when they put the heroin in the computer, I said nobody made nobody sell it. Nobody made nobody use it. So I put accountability in there. But you made the conditions. You know, when you get a hurricane or a tornado, you know, it's the weather conditions that come together to produce a hurricane or a tornado. So they put the conditions in place to breed these opportunities for brothers to go to jail. That's all I'm saying.
But that's not the case. So, okay, I agree with you, right? That the conditions were created. Okay, what's the problem today?
The conditions are still there.
The conditions as far as decision making?
No, the conditions that the traps, the conditions that made it, oh, I can do this. Because let's be fair. A little black kid go to school and do something. Let's say he had like some weed on him or something like that. That little kid gonna get treated different than little Chad in Bel Air come to school with some weed. So
why are we? But see, this is the problem I have where people are trying to compare other people's experiences. Why are we focused so much on comparing what Bel Air kids are doing versus what black kids are doing over here? Not you.
You're asking about the conditions, though. I'm saying the conditions make it so because you know why the conditions is because little Ray Sean, when he go to school and do that, you know, they got metal detectors all in the school. They got police doing sweeps. Well, that when little Chad do it, ain't no metal detectors. Ain't no.
Because we got to measure what the actual outcomes are, right? Just recently, right, we've had in school a 6-year-old shot his teacher, right?
In a conservative neighborhood, in a conservative, well-off neighborhood.
And so now they're talking about, do we need to put metal detectors up? So of course, what ends up happening when situations happen, people look at it and say, okay, maybe we need to start adding some safeguards. What happens a lot of times in Black schools and Black communities is that incidents start to happen repeatedly, and then people start integrating things to help protect people's safety. In Chicago, I have a cousin. She's a principal in Chicago. She teaches. Well, she used to teach. Now she's a principal. And she talks about how destructive a lot of the kids are. And because of their behavior, they had to start integrating new concepts into the school to protect the safety of everybody. It wasn't like these things started on the onset. They happened because things started happening. For example, here in Georgia, we have a mall, right? We have Lenox Mall. We have Lenox Mall, beautiful mall. One point in time, it was a beautiful mall. We had so many shootings. We had so many robberies inside the mall, unfortunately done by our people, right? And unfortunately, what ended up happening, now they had to put a mini police department inside the mall. Then they had to put in an actual weapons detector inside the mall. So these things get added because of what's actually taking place. So to your point, we're not here to compare what little Johnny's lifestyle is like. We're talking about our community and what's going on and the behaviors that are taking place that's causing us the outcomes that we're looking at. So if we're talking about a situation now, when we talk about guns in schools, okay, in order for you to have to put up metal detectors, people have to start bringing weapons to school. So I think the issue is, it's not that we need to be worrying about comparisons. We need to be worrying about why this is happening and how do we fix it, versus trying to say, well, little Johnny doesn't have to do this. And when little Johnny does it, I don't really care what little Johnny does. That's not our reality. Our reality is not little Johnny's reality. So again, let's focus on what our problems are today, right now. And when we talk about,
you can't ignore how we got here, though.
no one's ignoring that.
Yeah.
But no one's ignoring it. We can acknowledge it all day. But then what? Because we sit here and we acknowledge it, the question is, okay, then now what? Yeah, we can sit here and agree on everything about history all the way from the 60s moving forward. Okay, now what? So now explain to me how to fix the problem.
I mean, I'm not saying that Black people don't have bear any responsibility.
Okay.
I get on ignorant ass Black people the same way I get on ignorant ass white person. I don't discriminate, but I'm just telling you in the Black community how we got here. So yeah, there are a lot of self-inflicted wounds in the Black community for sure.
Right.
Well, 100% for sure. And a lot of it is people going, hey, I don't feel like it. I don't need to smoke. I don't need to smoke. But and there is a myth too about fatherless Black kids. That's a myth. I coach sports. I've been coaching sports since I was 18, damn near 30 years.
So let me ask you.
What they consider fatherless is unmarried.
Yes. And so the data is the data. Yeah, people misinterpret the data, right? Yeah. So on out of wedlock births is not the same as fatherless homes.
Yeah,
So,
that's a complete myth.
So let me ask you this. You believe that Black people, that there's a form of oppression against Black people. Do you consider yourself as a successful Black man?
Definitely.
And you're also a father. How many children do you have?
5.
Damn, you got 5 children.
That's
Brother,
right.
don't miss.
4 kings, 1 queen.
And congrats, you got 1 graduated from college.
2 graduated.
2 graduated. So one could argue you did a damn good job, brother.
Yeah, but I also been homeless. I also also started on my own in life at 11. I also, got kicked out of high school.
Damn.
Did
you go to college?
Yeah, I went to college. I went to the military. I'm a veteran, graphic design.
That's what's up. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for your service.
I went to the but I'm saying
how old are you, real quick? Let me ask.
44.
All right, you look young as hell for your age.
So I grew up in the crack era, like the crack era, not
So have you ever been arrested before?
Yes.
Where were you? Do you mind if I ask you what for?
Been arrested several times as a kid.
Okay, just doing kids.
And this is what people. I got arrested one time for being in a stolen car.
Okay.
I never did did any time. I just got arrested. Hell, my parents couldn't get me. But and I hear people say police ain't going around beating up Black kids. No. I got my ass whooped a lot by the police.
Mm-hmm.
It got so bad. The kids in my neighborhood would run from the police, not because they were doing anything wrong, because they ain't feel like getting their ass whooped that day.
Were you? So let me ask you this: you were arrested several times before. Yeah. Were you ever arrested for a crime that you didn't commit?
I mean, yeah, definitely.
You're arrested for something you did not do.
The last time I was arrested was probably 10 years ago.
Okay.
I was arrested because I watched this fight. These 2 boys beat up this other boy, right?
Okay.
So when the police come, it happened on my block. So I'm at the end of the block and I see everything, right?
Mm.
So 2 boys go to this other boy house, get him to come outside. When he come outside, the 2 boys beat up the 1 boy. He run back in the house. So I guess his parents called the police. So when the police come, it's a whole bunch of kids like on the corner. So when the police come, all the kids break. Like I said, I'm from DC, so you know you could be in DC, you could be in Maryland and cross the street and be in DC, right? So at this point, we on the Maryland side. So the police come and all the kids run. So then I see the police at the top of the hill, you know, like roughing up a little kid, and they bring him back down to where the boy got beat up at, and say like, "Is that the boy?" So the kid pointed him out, like, "Yeah, that was him," but it wasn't him. This kid was by me when the whole fight was happening. So I told the police, like, "Miss Officer, that kid didn't have nothing to do with it, right? Like, I saw the whole thing. He was over here by me when that happened. He was with them boys who went down there and beat up that kid, but he wasn't one of the kids that beat up that boy."
Mm-hmm.
And so the police was like, "All right, you can get your statement, but because the victim pointed him out, we have to take him," right? So I'm giving my statement to the rest of the officer. The sergeant comes. So the sergeant comes to me and say, "Thank you for giving your statement." You know, he congratulate me, shake my hand. You know, "We appreciate you giving your statement," whatever. So I say, "Excuse me, you the sergeant?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Is it your policy for your officers to just point their guns at a crowd of people?" Because when they was up there at the top of the hill roughing up the boy, of course the people at the hill saw them doing this. So the officers pulled out their guns and like just pointing them at the crowd with the beams on. Like putting the beams on people's chest. Like, So I told the sergeant that, he was like, "Go home." He switched. He was like, "Go home." I was like, "Go home? What you talking about? I live right here." He was like, "Go home before you get arrested." I was like, "I'm giving a statement to this officer." Like, I'm still giving a statement to this officer. So I got one officer asking me details, and the other one telling me to go home. So I guess I couldn't make up my mind, listen to the right one. He arrested me.
Oh, okay.
So that's the last time I got arrested. I didn't do anything wrong.
So you didn't do nothing wrong. So okay. What was the charge that he charged you with?
Resisting arrest, disorderly conduct,
Obstruction,
assaulting the officer.
Okay.
So when I go to the magistrate, and like they took me to prison and everything. I mean, to the jail and everything. So when I go to the magistrate and I hear the charges, I'm like, what?
Yeah. So they padded the charges on you. You didn't hit them. Obviously, I'm sure you didn't hit the officers. That don't seem like something you would probably do.
I didn't put my hands on them. The dude was just congratulating me for giving the statement. The same dude who arrested me.
So you have a unique story though, right? And I think it's interesting. Your father was on drugs. Was your mother on drugs at all during this time? All right. Your father was on drugs. You, as a kid,
and my father was an engineer on top of that. So he wasn't like the lonely crackhead. His best friend.
He had skills. Yeah.
His best friend told him try this drug one day.
And got hooked.
Without him.
So you had a very unique history. Your father was on drugs. You were homeless at one point in time. You did some kid stuff like we all did. And you went to the military. You went to school. You have 5 kids. 2 of them have graduated college. One could argue that you beat the odds.
Yeah, but that don't mean I was sad to say, yeah, but I still had the oppression. I still had my dad locked up on drugs, living in DC at that time. Like
I think the confusion, I think a lot of times is that people try to use the word oppression and replace it, or they try to replace. They get confused, in my personal opinion, from what I hear from people's story, is the reality of life. They confuse the reality of life with oppression. Your story is about life.
No, I don't think so.
The hardships of life. That's all I heard. I didn't hear
anything. I don't think so.
No?
And the reason I disagree is like oppression is like, the government putting their neck on their boot on your neck and won't let you get up. They won't let you get past a certain point. Like that's the oppression that everybody think about. They think about Black people in America. But that's no different than if the government let me up and then fill my path with potholes for me to trip in, and waiting for me to trip in and fall in one of them holes. That's the same thing. Yeah, I can very well make it out of this landmine without falling in any of these holes, any of these traps. But what's the odds on that? The odds are they gonna catch 1 out of 5.
So
That's what I'm saying. It's oppression.
So in your opinion, though, do you think that because the government has made such an effort to set up traps for Black people, do you feel like it's in our best interest as Black people to stay in this country?
I don't think we got a choice. I don't think we got a choice. I was talking to my son, one of my sons the other day. I was like, it's the reason why, we were talking about how, like, Mexicans do business with Mexicans, Chinese do business with Chinese, Koreans, so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And even Africans with Africans.
Mm-hmm.
Black people will do business with anybody except Black people. Most of the time, they won't do business with Black people. They look at Black business as sketchy, right?
Yeah,
and the reason for that is culture.
Okay.
The descendants of slavery had our culture stripped from us.
Okay.
So when you go, it's areas around here where you would think you in Mexico City, because the businesses are in Mexican names, and the L this, the casa that, but you'll never see that in a Black American neighborhood.
Well, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
It's this country's fault that we don't have no culture. The descendants of slavery don't have no culture. Who fault could it be?
At what point does it change, though? I think my argument is, what point do you make a concerted effort to change that?
But how Black Americans can never change that? How can we change that?
Then Black Americans are doomed then.
Because we're gonna go back 400 years and get some culture.
What I'm saying is that at some point in time, there has to be a decision to transition from victim to conqueror, from victim to competitor, from being divided to united. What I'm saying is, at what point in time does that transition happen? When does it begin? You get what I'm saying?
Because we trying to do that though. Black people today are like, I'm from DC. I live in the DC area. I live in a county in Maryland that's the richest Black county in America.
Okay.
So it's not like Black people aren't progressing and achieving. But in that same county, you got food deserts in the poor area. So even when you get to like the success level of this place, it still got people that can't find a grocery store. They got to drive.
But whose responsibility is it to put grocery stores in Black communities? I think I'm confused.
The government got to make sure that the government got to make sure that the people and they constituents or they subjects can eat. Like, what do you like? Yeah, of course.
So who votes for the people in their local government? You're in DC, right?
Let's don't get it twisted. Black government, white government is a lot of corruption in government. Like,
so
what can you do?
So then why stay? Why would you want to stay in a country where you're saying there's no way to win?
Because you don't have a choice. You don't connect. Ghana got the repatriation going on now, right? Is it Ghana? I think where they saying come back. But you can go there and be what, by yourself? You ain't got no family there. Like, you don't know the people, you don't know the language, the culture. Nothing. Like, yeah, you could choose to uproot yourself and be in a strange place, don't know nothing. Yeah, you could do that, but who's going to do that?
People are doing it. There's a lot of Black people who got up and left and went to Ghana.
It's not a lot
of people.
It's some.
Yeah. No, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's like a big movement about it. I mean, it's a big deal.
I don't know if I recall a few hundred people out of 100 million a lot. Like,
well, I guess tomato. I mean, I think you're right. No, I mean, you're right. How do you define a lot, right? So let me ask you this though, because this is one of the things I've always been curious about, and just in general, when people have this conversation, it seems like there's always a concerted effort to focus on how we got here and not more on where we need to go from here. And so I'm asking you, where do we go from here? what needs to be done, and you're telling me there isn't anything.
No. That's not what you misunderstand what I'm saying.
Right.
We could start patronizing black businesses. We could start doing business with black banks. We could pull our community together like the Mexicans do, like the Chinese do.
You said that basically the politicians are responsible. So your state and local government. You participate.
Yeah, we need to get in government too. Yeah, we need to do local government. Local government is the key.
Local government is the key. It absolutely is the key.
So we need to participate in government. Shit, you need to get these Negroes to vote too. A lot of dudes don't vote.
Exactly.
Or they especially don't vote in local elections. They come out and vote for the president every 4 years, but they don't know who their sheriff is. They don't know who their alderman is or whoever that is.
Correct. So you voted for Biden is what you're telling me.
Hell yeah. Why would I vote for Trump? Man, I had issues with Trump before he was a so-called Republican. Let's start
well, he was a Democrat at first though.
Yeah, he was a skis ball then too. It wasn't that's my saying.
He played both sides. He played both sides.
My disloyalty to Trump. I mean, my problems with Trump goes way back when he wouldn't let black dealers deal in his casinos, like that. Like, I don't. It has nothing to do with him being a Republican. And first of all, he ain't a Republican. Let's start with that. Trump is not a Republican. Let's start with that.
He playing both sides. That's for sure. Shout out to JT. Coin rings, and I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions in reference to this real quick, and then I'm gonna pull some more people up.
All right, that's right. And let's get the intersectionality. Why that's important. You don't want to know, like, all right, Harriet Tubman. You study about Harriet Tubman.
Hold on one second. Danita with the $10 super chat says, "Thanks for keeping us aware and updated with relevant info and topics. I always feel enlightened when I put on my logical thinking cap on Wednesdays with you and the members in chat family." Thank you so much, Danita. I appreciate you so much for this. It means a lot. You guys, listen. I think it's good for us to have these conversations, and I'm not saying that there are no obstacles in this country. I think that sometimes we make too many excuses with using race as an excuse as to why we can't get things accomplished or get things done. I think sometimes we don't realize that this is a capitalist country and you got to be competitive. And I think right now we're not really competing properly, and therefore it's having a very adverse effect on our progress. And so, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that go on in this country. One could easily argue that people don't want to see us at the top, which is very true, because if you be at the top, someone has to be at the bottom. And right now, black folks are at the bottom. Who wants to replace black people? Who's going to volunteer to be on the bottom if black people get on the top? Right? I think people need to have that real conversation.
I mean, I think black people on the bottom.
Economically?
Probably economically, yeah, but so-called black culture, black American culture is the #1 export in America.
It doesn't matter. You don't own it.
That's true.
Well,
that's not true.
No, that's absolutely true.
It used to be true. These youngers today own 100% of everything they do.
But we're talking about the culture. We're not talking about the outliers, the few who are catching on. We're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Since proliferation of the internet, since let's say since 2010. Since a lot of these artists, musicians now don't even sign record deals. They own that stuff. Now everybody before that,
not enough to put a dent in the problem. The problem is we're talking.
Yeah, but that's the new model though. But that's the new model. So you fast forward 40 years, everything get exported will be 100% owned by the people who's performing it.
Well, I don't know about that. But what I will say though is, the problem is the only way to win this thing is ownership, and the less we own, the less power we have.
I agree, 100% agree.
That honestly is the way you change the narrative on everything. If you don't own anything, you have no power, you have no leverage, and that's the issue right now with our community. We don't own anything.
I 100% agree.
So real quick before we get into intersectionality, we were talking about crime, and we're talking about black people, black 1 out of 5 going to jail, prison, whatever. And you made a statement saying that was some sort of an oppression, which I don't know. That always bothers me when people make that statement, because I know how people end up going to jail. They 99% of the time have to commit crime to get in there. And I always find it very interesting when people make arguments that are counter to that, to where in so many ways we're trying to shift the blame from a person who made a particular choice that landed them in prison.
All right, Nathan, but come on. There are excuses and there are reasons. They are not the same thing.
Excuses and reasons are not the same thing, but they can be used as justifications to make excuses. So even though there might be a reason to why you felt you need to commit a crime, it is still a crime that you committed. Therefore, consequences are a part of that. So again, you could say there's a reason, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The crime is the crime. I could say to myself that I'm struggling to put money together, right? So I'm going to sell drugs, right, to try to make up, because I don't want a 9-to-5 job. I can get one, I can qualify for one, but it's not what I want. I want fast money, blase, blase, blase. I start selling drugs, I get caught, right? And now I'm going to go to jail. In my mind, I justified it because in my mind, I felt like it was a righteous way to obtain something that I needed, a legitimate outcome, which is money. Okay. But now I landed in jail behind that decision. So the question is, in my mind, I can justify it, but it has nothing to do with that.
All right, along them lines. When I was 13, my best friend used to sell drugs. He sold drugs. He was taking care of his mom, his grandparents, his elderly sick grandparents. He's paying every bill in the house. What job could a 13, 14-year-old get to do that?
Why is a 13-year-old?
It's only one job.
Why? But a 13-year-old should not be working in the first place. So
I agree, but that's what I'm talking about. But I agree with you. But that's the conditions that have been led to leaving this 13-year-old to have to make that decision.
The person who failed this child was his parents, and the person who failed the parents were the grandparents. And so again, yes, we're talking about a cycle of ignorance, a cycle of poverty. I'm well aware of that. But what I'm saying is, despite that, you talk about parents who have failed their children, and now their children are coming out here repeating the mistakes of their parents.
Got caught in the trap. Got caught in the traps that their parents got caught in. There are traps out there.
There are traps out there, but that's not the majority of people. A lot of people, over 90% of the people I arrested, had no reason. There was no legitimate justification for the crime they were committing. There's no justified reason why more than half of black men, or half of the violent crimes committed by black men, right, actually take place.
We already went over that statistic. That's not really a true statistic, but go ahead.
It is a very true statistic.
But no, it's not. Because it's say that like 80% of all violent crimes aren't solved. So if 80% ain't solved, how can 50% be committed by black people? It's like
50%, or more than half of violent offenses, right? We're talking offenses that are known. We're talking known offenses, people who've been arrested, right?
And of that 50%, they say like 60% of them people they call black aren't black.
But like, then that becomes catchy, because here's the issue with that logic. The problem is this: we know that we are a melting pot. How do we as society define black? Let's start there. How do you define a black person?
Black person is like, you can look just like you and be from Dominican Republic.
How do you define?
You are a Dominican. You are not black.
I'm asking you, how do you define a black
people
person?
People who identify as black.
Okay, so again, if you commit a crime and you get arrested and you identify as black, then that's what they're putting on the document, on the paperwork.
But they don't know what I identify. They looking at me and saying,
no, that's not how it works.
It is like, all right, if you arrested Big Papi, from the baseball player, and you didn't listen to him speak, and you arrested him, you don't think he was black?
when a person is arrested, right, and you look at a person and you can't determine what their ethnicity is, you're supposed to ask, right?
I have never, the few times I've been arrested, I've never been asked what's my race.
Well, brother, because you look black. What else could you possibly
That's
be?
my
Aaron?
point. But I could be Hispanic.
Okay, so when you look on the paperwork and it says black on there, have you ever questioned it and say, hey, I'm Hispanic, I'm not black?
No.
Why?
But I'm saying they just look at you.
Why?
That's why I said that 50% of all violent crimes are committed by black people. It's not an accurate number, because they also say right under that like 60% of these people that we identify black do not self-identify as black.
The problem is color within itself is a social construct. I don't think
I
it's a good way
agree.
to analyze. I don't think it's a good way to analyze anything anyways. The reality is this. Society looks at black, society defines black a certain type of way. It just is what it is, right? So of course, you're right. At the end of the day, what they should say is anybody other than white, right? If that makes you feel more comfortable. The reality is it doesn't change the fact that there's extremely high crime rate within black communities where black people live, extremely high violence in black communities where black people live. I patrolled and policed a predominantly black community for over 7 years, and I've never had an issue distinguishing between a person that was black. I knew they were black, and if they looked like they were, if they looked like that they were something else, I would inquire. But if it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, right?
But you're black. You're black. Come on, you're black.
No. But here's a point I'm trying to make. I've arrested someone who was Ethiopian. What box does he check?
But I can recognize an Ethiopian by looking at it.
So can I.
Yeah, but the average white person cannot.
If an Ethiopian is living in a black community, he's Ethiopian, and he commits a crime in the black community, what box does he check?
They're going to check the black one.
Okay, so then what's your argument?
But if Big Papi committed crime in the black community, they're going to check the black box.
But again, but see, now we're splitting hairs, right? The reality is we all know that there is a crime issue within our community. We know this.
Oh, definitely. And it's mostly, and the violent crime is mostly gang related. Let's be fair. Let's be honest.
But it doesn't matter whether it's gang related or not. It's being
but that's a certain group of black people who got issues with another certain group of black people. That's not like all black people are in the hood shooting each other or stabbing each other.
It's not that black gang members are out here killing white gang members, right? Black gang members are killing other black people.
But that's different. I don't think they should count that in the same stats with regular people. It should be accounted for gang violence.
But then that's maybe we can make another subcategory. But the reality is, shout out to Charleston White. What did he say when a black boy is loading up his? But listen what he said. No, listen what he said. He said when a black man
he's gonna kill another black person. I heard.
Is that not true?
Yeah, but that's the same thing with every gang. When the Italian mob load up their gun, they're going to kill another Italian mobster. That's where every
point. The point that we're trying to make is what you're trying to say is not really relevant. The reality of the conversation is black people are dying. Black homicide within the black community is like our fourth leading causes of death. As a black person, you're more likely to die.
All of that is mainly gang. You can't.
Even if you want to say it's gang related, the reality is there's victims that are.
True.
Every victim is not a gang member. So
there are some non-gang member casualties or victims within gang violence. True.
The majority of victims of gun violence is not gang members. The majority of the victims of gang violence are innocent victims. If all the gang members were just killing each other, the police would not be complaining about it.
But that's because they can't shoot. That's all. That's all that is. But I'm just saying, like, when people do these statistics, you're lumping everything black into one thing. So you're lumping gang violence in with, domestic violence and like, so then the numbers look skewed. That's all I'm saying.
But here's the thing though. We have, okay, so let's talk about domestic then, right? Because the domestic data is very, very specific for intimate partner violence. Explain to me why, when it comes to women being killed via homicide, over 50% of them are killed by Black men, right? So explain to me what that data has to. We separate the data.
I don't know that. I don't know that data set, so I can't.
All right,
I never heard that one before. I got to look that one up, and I'm going to look it up too.
I know when you get a chance. When you get a chance.
I'm going to look it up too.
When you get a chance, right? Because again, we're talking about a specific thing. We're talking about why is there so much violence in our community? Why is it that the men in our community
hurt people? Nathan, come on, you know that.
Well, you're again. I don't really care what the reasons are. I'm saying here's the
problem. You gotta care about what the reasons are. Come on.
We're talking about what the problem is, right? If we want to talk about reasons, when we talk about solving the problem, the issue is the culture is the problem. They do separate data when it comes to these things. They do. But what we're talking about it from a macro level. What you're saying is, hey, there's gang violence, there's this, there's that. We all know that. We're not in disagreement. The bigger picture is there's too much death. When we say the leading cause of death, the top leading cause of death in the Black community for a Black boy is homicide. You're more likely to be killed as a Black man in this country, and not by the police, but by your own people. And we all know that homicide and crime is based on proximity. So if you live amongst your group, of course, crime is going to happen within your group. The issue is not that. The issue is that the rate that it happens in the Black community is astronomical. It's way too high. For us to be 14% of this population, we kill each other at a rate that's ridiculous. And so again, when you look at 60% of white people, and they are mixed with Russian, they're mixed with Italian, they're mixed with Australian, they're mixed with Spanish, people from Spain, they're mixed with all different types. Hell, Vikings, whatever you want to call them. There's all types of white people that make up the 60% of this country. Again, so when we talk about stats involving white violence and white crime, they don't break it down by, well, this group's Italian, this group is from Switzerland, this group is from Finland. No, you're white-skinned and you're in a white community and you guys kill each other at this percentage, right? Again, we kill ourselves at a rate that's astronomically out of control. We're not here to split hairs. We're just looking at the raw data. When we look at their stuff, we don't look at, well, the biker gangs killed this much and this gang. No, the reality is for them to be 60%, they do not commit over 50% of the homicides or the violent offenses in this country. So that cannot be ignored.
But it's reasons for everything. Like
we're not talking about the reasons. We're talking about the reality. What does it matter? Why does the reasons matter? Why do the reasons matter?
Because that's how you fix it. If you could address the reasons why this is happening, then you can fix why this is happening.
Why do we have?
But hold on, Nathan. If you got a tire that the tire keeps going flat, so every 2 days you put air in the damn tire, you're addressing it that the tire's flat because you keep putting air in it. But if you don't go and go get the hole plugged or see if the stem is leaking or whatever, you ain't addressing the reason. That's the reason why it's going flat. So you got to address the reason.
What's the reason for the violence in the Black community?
A lot of it is gang related. A lot of it is drug related. A lot of it.
No, it's not, sir.
It is. Dude, I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s and the 90s in the crack era. So when DC was the crack capital of the world. I mean, the murder capital of the world.
What year is it now?
But I'm telling you why this stuff happens. If you think everybody always points to Chicago, right? Why is that happening in Chicago? A lot of it is gang and drugs.
Chicago, okay.
I would say probably 90% of it. I would not be wrong if I said 90% of it's gang and drugs.
Okay.
And that is a byproduct of all the other stuff we talked earlier about the COINTELPRO, about Iran-Contra, about the drug war. All that stuff is a product of that.
Okay, so let me ask you.
We're at the end of the equation, and you're trying to figure out, like, well, now we at the end of the equation, like we got to ignore the rest of the problem. Like how we got to the.
No, it's not about ignoring it. It's about understanding what the problem is. You absolutely have to understand the problem in order to fix it. The problem is that I never hear people talking about how to implement a solution. I keep hearing people talk about how we got here. And so again, we're all under the same understanding as to how we got here. but no one wants to talk about where we go from here. That's the issue. That's the issue in a nutshell. We can talk about how we got here all day long. No one can give me any solutions as to how to get away from here, right? Because anytime we have the conversation, someone wants to run it back to how we got oppressed, to the crack epidemic, to what happened in Jim Crow. Okay, cool. I'm in agreeing with you, but that has nothing to do with why we are still here. What is the next steps to
But
get out of the problem?
it's like you're it's a fence. It's a fence.
Right.
I'm more on the left side of the fence. You're more on the right side of the fence. That's fair, right? That's fair, right?
I want to say I'm in the middle.
You can want to say whatever.
All right, let's play. Let's play. So I'm on the right side. Okay, go ahead.
But I said you're more on the right. I ain't say you're on the right. You're
All right,
more on the right.
fair.
I'm more on the left, right?
Fair.
So and so we talking about how we got here, right?
Right.
We gotta agree on how we got here to come up with a solution. You understand?
Okay, we agree.
If I'm
So
saying, but hold up. If I'm saying we got here because XYZ, and you said no, we got here because ABD, we can't even agree on how we got here. How we gonna come up with a solution?
Facts. I agree with that. So what I'm saying to you is I agree with you. I agree with how we got here. I'm saying I don't agree why we are still here, right? I understand how we got here. I don't agree why we are still being here.
But that's why we still here. Because the leaders on my side, the leaders on your side, or the loudest voices on your side, the loudest voices on my side, gotta if I say the sky is red, your side gonna say the sky is blue, right? That's just the way it works, right? So we gotta come with some understandings.
Let me ask you this: who's responsible for fixing the problem?
We are.
Oh, okay. So listen, brother, we on the same page.
But we gotta agree on what the problem is and how the problem got here.
No, but we agree on it though. What do you think I don't agree with when it comes to your perspective?
Like I'm watching your lead up until you brought me on, and you're like, man, these people on the left are demonic. Like, come on, dude, I'm on the left. Do I sound demonic to you?
No, I said their agenda is demonic. I'm a Christian, so when I see certain things being put out based on agenda, I can correlate it.
But I don't agree that it's an agenda. To me, the left mean the right. Anything they don't like is an agenda.
Well, both sides have an agenda. Both sides have an agenda.
I don't really think that's true.
Both political parties have an agenda. Yeah. Now,
I don't really think that's true.
An agenda doesn't necessarily mean good or bad, right? That's relative. An agenda is
but
just.
But you know when you say that. But you know when you say that, people gonna think like you got an alternative motive. Like you got.
Of course.
Like, I'm giving you this free popcorn because I want to tickle your butt. You know, like that's like it's the ulterior motive behind it.
I'll give you that. So I'll give you that. So let me say this though. I will say that when we are talking about, when I say they have a demonic agenda, they put a lot of, based on my views, religious wise, a lot of things that's anti-Christian, right? And so they promote a lot of the LGBTQ. They force a lot of, I guess you say, information or that ideology into children. They are very.
And how they do it? How they pushing a lot of that on the children? Because me and my brother would be having this argument because he had a problem where was it? I think it was like two girls kissed on Buzz Lightyear or something. He had a problem with that.
Well, this is supposed to be a very Christian country, and when we know it's there,
but it's not. It's not a Christian country. It's not a Christian country.
But they pretend like it is, right? They pretend like it is. I think we could easily say that. And so
the Christians pretend it's a Christian country. I don't think the Muslims do or the Jews do.
You have some Christians who believe that that this country is rooted in Christian values, and so because of that, because they have a big voting base that believes that, when you start doing things that go against that, the foundation of saying this country is a Christian founded country, then of course people are going to go against that, the values that now that they are introducing into the country. Those values are contradictory to what the foundation of this country represented as being a religious or a Christian-based country. That's why people have issues when they're taking religion out of school, the praying and things like that.
They
Where
should. They 100% should. 100% should. Yeah,
Why
and I'm fair. And I'm fair. Before I say why is that, I'm fair. Like I say, I live in the DC area. So when my son who just graduated college, when he was graduating 8th grade, his middle school played the Black National Anthem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is wrong. Because all these kids aren't Black.
Right.
So if you're gonna play the Black National Anthem, you should play the Hispanic National Anthem, the Asian. I like what, like, you can't just play the Black National Anthem. That's not right.
Well,
So
I think what's happened in this country is that we've gone so far away of the foundations that I would say the country has turned in a way to where they are trying to be extremely inclusive, and so inclusive that the country lost its identity. And so I think it just depends on
identity.
The identity of how the concept of how the country was founded. For example, you're not going to go to a Muslim-based country, a country that's founded on Muslim principles, and then talk about you want representation for your religion in their country.
But we're not a Christian-based country. This country was formed for religious freedom.
That's true. That's actually a good point. You're absolutely correct on that. You're right. That is one of the constitutional rights, freedom of religion. You're
but that's
absolutely
where,
correct.
like the Pilgrims came here.
But
because religious persecution. So you had the Pilgrims in the north, in the Massachusetts area, and you had Jamestown in the south. That was like the first people coming here.
Well, I will say this from my understanding, this country was built on Christian principles, or someone said Judeo-Christian beliefs. And
but that's because you listen to the right and they say that bullshit. That's all. I don't mean to say finish, but a lot of people on the right say that, and this is not true. Like it was in the founding fathers, it was a few atheists in the group. So why would some atheists be making a country that's based on Christianity? That don't even make sense.
I'll give you that. I think for me personally, when I've looked at it from the research that I've done, to me personally, I believe that the country itself was founded on Christian values, right? And so again, when we look at everything from the use of the Bible, we look at everything based on the holidays, even though a lot of these are pagan holidays, they're all centralized on Christian values, or someone put in there Judeo-Christian values.
Well, we had a lot of Christians that have been in positions of leadership in this country. That's so of course they try to apply, but that don't make the country a Christian country. Like
that's fair.
That's how you got all this Christian. That's how you got, in God we trust and all that. Because some of these people were Christian, but some of these people was atheists. Like some of these people were Jews. Some of these people were like, everybody wasn't, Christian. And
but I'm talking about the foundation on how the country was built on those values and those principles, from laws to the Bible, right? They swear the president on the Bible, the money.
No, they swear the president on the religious text of his choice. You can get sworn in on a comic book if you want. You don't have to get sworn in on the Bible.
Okay, I didn't know that. I wonder, has any other president been sworn on anything other than the Bible? Is what
I don't think so, because they all been Christians or Catholics, as far as the same rules apply for like members of Congress and everything. Like if they think Congress members, it'll have Omar swear on the Quran. There been people who swear in on the family album, or like if you Google it and see it, it's a lot of people that swear on other stuff about the Bible.
I didn't know that, man. You teaching me something tonight. I'm definitely gonna look into that more.
Like Mitt Romney swears in on the Latter-day Saints book, whatever that's called. I forget the name of it. But
because
he's a Mormon, so he wouldn't swear on the Bible, the Christian Bible.
All right, listen, you teach me something. I did not know that. And I think, and sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know everything, but I will say that that's actually a very interesting thing. But again, I've always looked at this country as being founded on the Christian principles. And to your point, you make a valid point. This is a country, the land of the free. They talk about all the time. And we know how hypocritical that is. But we also know that, yes, freedom of speech, freedom of religion is a thing. You have a freedom of religion, meaning that you're free from religious persecution. But again, my perspective is saying that the values as to what this country was founded under, and my understanding, was supposed to be under Christian values. And so,
No, you not only have a freedom of religious persecution, you have a freedom from religion. Now that's indoctrination. If I'm a little Indian kid and I'm in school and you making me pray to God, pray to Jesus, that's indoctrination.
Well, no, they can't. No. We know that they can't force that. But
yeah, that's why they took prayer out to schools, because you was making non-Christians or non-Catholic pray to God that's not their God.
Well, one of the issues, though, I remember we had an issue up north. There was a problem that we had up north where there was a Muslim community that was growing, and they wanted to push a lot of their values and belief system within the community, and they were getting a lot of pushback from that. I think, again, one of the problems with this country, from my personal opinion, is that what you can do in this country, you can't do anywhere else, right? And so I think that's one of the biggest issues that I've always had, is that the country has been very, very willing to try to make exceptions for everybody. And when I go to other countries, no one tries to make any exceptions.
I agree with that. I don't like when I see, like, signs in Spanish and English. I don't agree with that, because I'm like, where's the Vietnamese? Where's the Mandarin?
You saying it needs to be a lot more? You saying it needs to be a more?
No. I'm saying if you're gonna do it for one,
you got to do it for
all. You got to do it for all.
I agree.
You pandering to the Hispanic community because they the second biggest voting bloc. That's all it is.
Well, but there's and again, that goes back to our original conversation about power and numbers. And so, when you collectively stay together, you can get things done. You can make things happen for your group. And so I think where we're lacking and where we're making the biggest mistakes is that we don't get on the same page in order to get things done. And before we dive in deeper, I want to get your other thoughts on these, because I think you have some good valid points.
Before we go, we got to do the intersectionality.
Let's do intersectionality, because I didn't understand intersectionality. So
intersectionality is like, if you want to study Harriet Tubman, okay, you got to look at the period of time, right? Mm-hmm. The time period. We talking what? 1800s. If I recall correctly, 1800s, right? Yeah, because she participated in the Civil War. So the 1800s. You got to think of what it was like to be a woman in the 1800s. Then she's a runaway slave in the 1800s, on top of being a woman. You got to remember, Harriet Tubman led troops in the Civil War.
What is your definition of intersectionality? Because I read one earlier.
She was a woman that was a leader and a black woman.
Okay.
So imagine her trying to lead these slaves to freedom, or lead these troops in combat, and they taking orders from not only a slave but a woman slave, or a black, not just a black person but a black woman. That's intersectionality, when these two things come across each other.
So did I not define it properly earlier?
I mean, it was about a C-. It was about a C-.
Well, I'm learning this for the first time. You asked me if this is.
But why is that? Why is that objectionable?
Well, I don't know I'm asking whether or not this has anything to do with African American history as to what needs to be taught.
They're not saying intersectionality is unique to African American people. They're just saying, where does intersectionality come in through the lens of African American studies?
Okay.
That's all.
So let's look at the definition. Let me know, because you know more about this you're saying you know more about this. This is new to me, and again, I had to do research as of the last 2 days, and so I'm not really familiar with this concept.
But even if it meant something that you didn't like, this is my whole thing about the DeSantis bullshit. Even if it was something you didn't like, you said like 96% of the thing he agreed with, right? 96% of this course is okay by your standard. DeSantis,
I would say 90. Right? I would say 90, damn near 99%. He only picked out.
Right, cool. Yeah. What? Have you ever been taught that Christopher Columbus discovered America? Yeah. You've been taught that, right? But that's bullshit. He did not discover America. We know that. You know that now, right? But they teach that. That's inaccurate, right?
Yes, it is.
But where is them saying, well, we got to stop, we got to ban Columbus being taught that he discovered America? Nobody is saying that, right? Even though we know that's factually inaccurate, right?
Correct.
But they're not saying that.
I have not heard them make a concerted effort to try to change that. I don't know if they have or they have not.
They haven't. Tell me, I got kids. They haven't. They still teaching Columbus discovered America.
But I said that. But I said that earlier when I talked about how history has been taught inaccurately. I said that in the beginning of the stream. How they taught us to believe that Indians were the bad guys and cowboys were the good guys. How the pilgrimage or Thanksgiving was a positive celebration and things like that. Hell, they told the Pocahontas story, right? So again, yes, there's been propaganda that's been pushed through the education system. We know that as a fact. So, but what we're talking about here is we're talking about African-American history. And he pointed out 6 things that he said he did not think should be inside this curriculum. He said intersectionality. And I'm asking you, based off the definition, is this definition correct? And if so, what is the issue with it? So let's look at what that definition is.
I don't see why there's an issue with it. I mean, the queer studies thing, like, I mean, like I put in the chat, James Baldwin was gay. So if you learn about James Baldwin, you studying.
That's not what the issue is, though. They're talking about indoctrinating
but that's not indoctrinating. You can't indoctrinate a 17-year-old high school senior by one class.
Absolutely, you can.
Not in one class, on one chapter in one class, you're going to indoctrinate a dude going into college. He about to get in way more stuff in college than that.
Well, the reality is, I think the argument needs to be: should this be taught as this particular concept? Should that be added in the studies of African American studies? Should that be even considered part of African American history that should be studied? And I think that needs to be the argument, because anybody can try to make a point as to why you think it should be there.
But I mean, you can always make pros, you can always make cons. But this is, like you said, this is a pilot program, so they going to adjust the program. They might decide to take that part out.
So then why is people making it such a big issue of it if it's just a pilot program?
Because it's who is deciding to object. I keep telling you, your track record. This is the same dude who blackmailed the state legislature to get rid of these 2 black districts. It's the same guy. It's the same guy that called anything black CRT. It's the same guy. Woke. I'm telling you now, when I hear white people say woke, I just hear nigga. I'm just being honest. When I hear it, it just sounds like nigga to me. I'm just being honest. Because they took black slang and bastardized it. That's all they done.
Yeah, well,
because growing up in the 90s, when I was listening to rap music and they used to say, "Stay woke," "Oh, don't sleep," and the person say, "No, I'm woke," like they had nothing to do with what they talking about.
Listen, words that I manifest said Nathan is dangerous. You know, sir, you're more than welcome to come up. That's the link right there for you. You can come up and explain to me how I'm dangerous. I think he makes a interesting statement. But here's the definition, right? Well, this is what they're saying intersectionality is. Intersectionality is the acknowledgement that everyone has their own unique experiences of discrimination and oppression, and we must consider everything and anything that can marginalize people, gender, race, class, sexual orientation, and physical ability. Okay, I mean, I think
sometimes some things collide, like a black woman slave, like that's like 3 intersections.
But I think intersectionality has a lot to do with feminism, is what the context I've been getting since I've been doing research.
And if it does,
so you're okay. You basically, you don't see anything wrong. I think what we should have said was you don't see an issue with anything in the curriculum at all.
None. I mean, I've never taken a class that I 100% agree with. Have you?
It's not about that. It's about, do you think these things should or should not be inside this curriculum? But
it doesn't matter. Why you got to take algebra to major in basketball? Like,
see, that's not what we're talking about. I hear what you're saying. But
it doesn't matter.
We're talking about African American history. Should these things what should not be allowed in here to be taught? What does this have to do with African American studies?
I will have to take this version of this class to be able to answer that, because they might very well tie it all together.
Okay.
They might very well. You don't know. You can't tell by reading this. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't know
I think
about reading this what it is. No,
that's
what
fair.
DeSantis should have did was have somebody take the class and then object to it.
Okay. I can give you that too. But I think what their job is to do, their job is to look at the content, assess the content, and make sure that they're giving a well-rounded perspective. This is a college level course. So of course, when you're looking at it,
But
there's
they
a
don't
difference.
know. But Nathan, come on, man. You repeating them talking points. No class is giving you, if you want the well-rounded perspective, go take the well-rounded perspective class. Like, take that course. Like,
But the whole point is, why would you teach somebody on a one-sided context of an argument?
but do they teach you the Indians' perspective on Thanksgiving?
So that makes it
Well,
right.
I'm
So
asking you, do they
but
teach that perspective? Do they teach the West Indies
so
perspective about Columbus landing in the?
you're saying it's but what you're telling me now, based on that statement, is that you're saying that it's okay to teach inaccurate information.
It's not inaccurate. You're teaching the point of view.
Okay,
This person's point of view.
so you're saying they should be okay with just teaching a one-sided perspective.
They do it. They've been doing it since they've been teaching. I don't understand what the Bible is one-sided. Like, what are you talking about? The Bible don't say, "Hey, Satan, hey, Lucifer, what's your point on this?" Like,
Okay.
they always been a one-sided perspective.
What do you think? There are black people who have an issue with these points in the curriculum as well. So what would you say the issue is?
Most of them are unlearned.
Okay.
They need to read something.
Okay.
A lot of people object on a lot of things because they don't know what they're talking about.
Okay. But you have scholars and educated scholars that are black who have an issue with some of these topics inside the curriculum. They
But
feel like
people gonna have issues with everything. Somebody's gonna be unsatisfied for everything. Like the 1619 project is CRT because she said that America was founded on racism. Okay, it's an essay. That's her opinion.
okay.
If you don't like it, make your own version of the 1619 project and give a different perspective. It amazes me how the liberal, the freedom party, the people who like freedom and all this freedom, the most banning people ever, they ban everything. I don't see the left banning stuff. What they banning? I don't see them banning stuff.
Yeah, I think though it's interesting because one would argue, is this really are some of these things, what do they really have to do if we're talking about learning African American history? And
My thing is they might don't. But don't take the class then. If you don't want it. Nobody, it's not a mandatory class. It's an elective. So like it's optional.
I'll give you that.
I've never been in a class that I agree with the class 100%. Never.
I know, but that's not the whole argument though, right? The argument is not whether or not there's a lot of things that we probably is a waste of time learning just in general. It doesn't give you life skills, but one could argue. But
yeah, like algebra.
I think you make a valid point. I'm not mad at it.
That's all I'm saying. Like, come on, this conversation is so dishonest. Like, come on.
Let me ask you this last thing. Do you feel like some of these topics would influence kids to, I would say,
no.
Okay.
Homosexuality, queerness, whatever. No, I don't. And this is why I say that.
All right.
Like I was telling you before, my brother had the issue about the Buzz Lightyear had the two girls kissing or whatever. And he was like, I don't want my kids saying that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, dude, when we grew up, I said, first of all, gay people exist in the world. You agree, right? He was like, yeah. I said, so you don't want to see them on TV? Like they can't be shown on TV. You sound like the people that didn't want black people on TV, right? So I said, if they exist and they on the screen, I mean, gay people usually kiss people of the same sex. Like, how are they representing? He was like, well, I don't want to see my son seeing that. I said, if you ain't have a issue with Mama Bear kissing Daddy Bear in the Disney movie, you should have an issue with Daddy Bear kissing Daddy Bear.
I see what we're dealing with.
It's the same thing.
So,
right?
so let me ask you this. let me ask you this. You don't have an issue with them teaching kids in middle school and elementary about sex and toys and how to use
But
toys.
they don't do that. That's not real, dude.
That
That's
is
not real.
that is
That's
actually
not
real.
real. That's
It
not
is.
real. And all
It,
right, and if it's real, if somebody in the elementary school taught a kid and your middle school answer, no, I don't have an issue with that. But
okay.
in elementary school, because you take sex ed in middle school, like,
Some
but
schools have taken it. Some schools have taken that out.
but
And so do you have
but
a you
they
don't have
teach you how to put a condom on in sex ed.
you don't have an issue with cartoons teaching or exposing kids to homosexuality?
No, because it's bullshit. Most of your life, up until very recent, the TV was mainly heterosexual, right? Up until very recent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that we were showing homosexual kids nothing but heterosexual activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do we end up with homosexual kids? Because we should have been influencing these homosexual kids to be heterosexual, right? By your logic.
I mean, I didn't make any logical statement. I just asked you a question.
No, so baby, we still had in the 80s, there wasn't no gay stuff on TV. In the 90s, there wasn't no gay stuff on TV. Towards the end, you had like the most gayest thing you had on TV was Will and Grace. like, like the last 10 years or so, you start seeing more gay stuff on TV. But my point is, up until the last 10 years, it's been 99% heterosexual content shown to these people who eventually became homosexual, right? So how do we get them homosexuals if we just showing them nothing but heterosexual stuff? If showing them something can expose them and make them turn one way, we should not have any homosexuals because we ain't feed on nothing but heterosexual.
That's not the argument though that people make when it comes to that.
All right, so if I'm showing little Johnny the Buzz Lightyear people, the two same sex characters kissing, it's gonna turn little Johnny's kid into a gay?
No, I think honestly, I think that anything exposing kids to any type of sexual stuff is inappropriate. I think those
So
things
you got a problem with mama bear kissing daddy bear?
anything sexual, yes. Anything sexual, I don't think kids
So
should not
mama
be
bear
exposed.
kissing mama bear ain't sexual, dude.
You said kissing is not sexual?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I grew up watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, like Santa Claus, Mrs. Claus, and Santa Claus kiss. That ain't sexual.
Okay.
You think that's sexual? I don't think that's two husband and wife kissing.
My thing is this. I think it's inappropriate to they're biologically, right? When we look at a man and a woman being together, I think that is
that's the normal. That's the normal.
That is the normal.
I
That is
would
normal.
grant that's the normal.
And so it is abnormal when you have men and women, and then when you are actually influencing kids in that. I think as
How
an
is that
adult,
influencing? That's the thing.
wait one second.
How is that influencing?
Wait 1 second. I think that a parent needs to decide on what's okay and what's not okay for their child to be exposed to. That's first and foremost, right? I think it is abnormal. But if you're an adult and you want to make that decision on your own, but I think exposing kids to things that are abnormal, I think is inappropriate. And so again, society does determine what's considered normal and abnormal. Society is changing to basically address and say, listen, this is the new normal. We're trying to create the new normal. And some people are having an issue making that transition. This is what I will say. I think that
them same people. It was a time that you didn't see black faces on TV either.
It's causing a lot of confusion, and it's causing a lot of issues for a lot of young kids. And so, yeah, at one point in time, again, this stuff was looked at as sexual immorality, as we all know. But here's one of the things that we can look at. Anything that is shown on television for children can absolutely influence them. And so if you as a parent are looking at it and you want your child to participate in the idea of what the normal practices are, then you don't want to expose them to things that are abnormal, because that's not what you want them to be exposed to. What's happening now is a lot of kids are being forced to be exposed to things that parents are saying is not normal, and they do not want that for their child. And so
Like,
I
give me an example of something that the kids was forced it was forced on kids. Give me an example. Because speaking in these no, give me an example. Like, I know the Buzz Lightyear thing was a big thing. I remember that's when DeSantis had his war on Disney and all that. I remember the Buzz Lightyear, the same sex kiss. Don't take your kid to see Buzz Lightyear. Okay, that problem solved. So, like, how these kids being forced? What's being forced upon kids?
You said what's being forced upon kids?
Yeah, give me an example. Like not these in general.
It's not general. I mean, it's very. I mean, it's very plain as day. It's a very homosexual agenda that's being purposely put.
There you go again with the agenda thing. That's very
That's
right
what it
wing,
is.
man. It's
Yeah,
not
but
a
that's what it is.
when is the homosexual meeting when they like, come on today, fellas, we gotta get our message out there more. Come on, where they hold the gay meeting at?
I wouldn't call it a gay meeting.
Okay.
All an
Gay
agenda.
meeting, dude. Like, come on.
An agenda is just all it is basically an objective.
But somebody is behind that objective, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the group behind this objective?
I mean, you want to do the research right now? We can look it up.
Where's the gay meeting? Where's the gay lead to the doom?
I wouldn't say it's a gay meeting. I'm saying that what it is, for example, Disney's a perfect example, right? There was a lady who is a black woman that they claim was a black woman, who actually was the one who was making the concerted effort to put a lot, or start transitioning a lot of the new Disney animated cartoons and things like that, making sure that you have more
to represent these people, right?
Correct. And so
what's wrong with that? These people exist.
Again, the issue is, right, this opens a door for a conversation that parents feel like should be only their responsibility to have with their kids.
But them parents live in a twilight zone. Because what's gonna happen? But what's gonna happen when that kid at school? Okay.
So let me ask you this. This is the perfect thing. Let me ask you this.
All right, I'm going. You ask yours. I'm gonna ask mine next. You ask yours first.
Let me ask you this. Do you have you have a son, you have sons and daughters?
I got 4 kings, 1 queen.
All right. So say your son was 12 years old, and he comes to you and he says, "Dad, I feel like a woman, and I want to have a vagina." What do you say to your son?
When you get that age, when you get an adult, you can make that decision.
Okay.
Right now, you got a pee-pee.
Okay. And he says, I don't want to be named John. I want to be named Jocelyn.
When you get that age, you can make that decision.
Okay. So then now you have cartoons, and do you ask him why he feels like he wants to be a woman and not a boy? Are you going to ask him that?
Now, no. I mean,
so your son
this is a very real thing, that's a very real possibility. But I would say that like, it's not, nobody is, you can't influence somebody to do this. And I give an example. I got a cousin. It's gonna be anecdotal. It's gonna be anecdotal. I got a little. Go ahead.
Wait 1 second. Your son comes to you. He's 12 years old. He said he doesn't want to be John anymore. He wants to be Jocelyn. And you said when you get older, you can be whoever you want, correct?
Well, what?
Okay. And you're telling me that you're not going to ask your son why he wants to be a girl and he's a boy.
If that's honestly, that's the way you feel. Okay. I don't think a rocket science is the why you want to do that. That's the way you feel.
So okay. So then if your son says, I want to be a girl because the cartoons, the boys on the cartoons get to be girls, and I don't want to be a boy anymore. I want to be like what I see on TV.
That's the valid. The cartoon wouldn't be the issue. The cartoon would just.
That's what your son is telling you.
That might be what he's telling me, but he already was feeling that, and then the cartoon just validated that. That's all it is.
What you're saying is that feeling is something he was born with. You're saying your son would be born to be wanting to be a girl.
People are 100% born gay. 100%.
Okay.
I have a cousin who we knew he was gay since he was walking and talking. Yeah. I mean, he down there, he probably about 30 now, but I mean, it wasn't no secret. At 5 years old, it was like, man, that joke wasn't a secret, dude. Like,
Well, the problem
and I grew up, and when I say this, I grew up in the most macho family ever. Like all the boys, like my mom had 15 siblings.
mm-hmm.
From my maternal grandparents, there are over 120 of us. And it's super macho. Like, everybody outside playing tackle football, sports, working on cars, blah, blah, blah. But then you got him over there jumping rope, playing with the dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It wasn't no influence in him doing that. That's just who he was.
So you're saying at the end of the day, you don't believe that entertainment, music, cartoons, television, you're saying those things don't have any type of influence over children.
You are who you are.
Okay. Like
they say alcohol brings out like your true feelings, whatever. You are. Now something might validate that. Someone might say, someone could push you like and say, all right, well, it ain't just me, or I'm gonna come out the closet a little sooner or whatever like that. Someone could give you validation, but it ain't making you gay. No cartoon making no kid gay. Like, come on. Just like video games, they making people violent. Like,
it's not about that. It's more so about the influence. It's more about the influence. Everything is always about the influence, is what we're talking about. The power of influence.
The problem is
parents feeling like
you got kids.
Mm-hmm, you got kids.
You have kids. Yeah. The problem with parents is they like to think that their kid is perfect, right? Okay. And their kid is special. So so if something happens to their kid, and they take if this is a reflection upon me.
This is true.
So if my kid is gay, if my kid is gay, then it's a reflection upon I did something wrong. So I couldn't have been wrong, Nathan. It was that damn cartoon that made my kid gay. It wasn't me.
It's not that. I hear what you're saying though. You're right about that. Parents do put that responsibility on them, rightfully so. But there's things that people want to maintain the natural order of things, and there are certain things that they feel like is inappropriate for kids to be exposed to. But
the natural order is made up, dude.
That's fine.
There are only two sexes.
Yes.
But sex and gender is two different things. You can go back to ancient China and they had more than one gender. I mean, more than two genders. Like it's like you want to talk like Alexander the Great was gay. Like in the Roman and the Greek days, they were hump dudes for fun and only had wives to make children. Like this is not new in the history of man.
Homosexuality existed since the beginning of time. We know that for a fact. So listen, man. I think you made some very good, interesting points, and I actually absolutely enjoyed all of it, man. Anytime. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the last words though, because I want to pull someone else up. I'm
gonna put my email in the chat, dude. So so you can hit me up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man, you're welcome to come back anytime, man. I always like people who have a difference in opinion. And I think it's always healthy to have the dialogue. And there's nothing wrong, right? I don't see anything wrong with your personal perspective on all these issues. I think you made some valid points in reference to the curriculum, as far as at the end of the day, should it really matter? Did he really overthink it? Should he just let it go?
I don't think parents have any fucking thing to say about what's being taught in the classroom. I don't. You know a lot of people. Would you want any of these fucking people coming up with, like, I'm sure you know people like, I know people that shouldn't be parents, and I know people that shouldn't be having any input on what's been taught in class. Like, you ain't got to be an idiot. Like, why would I let you? All you do is watch Real Housewives of Toledo. What the hell? I don't want you. I don't know what curriculum.
I disagree. I think the parents absolutely need to one. I think before this was even piloted, the parents should have saw it, and the parents needed to decide.
I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I think parents should be involved in the school and in the classroom, but not coming up with the curriculum. I don't think parents have anything to say with the curriculum. Now, like when it comes to stuff like special stuff like sex ed and stuff like that, the stuff that you got opt out of, you opt out of it. You want your kid. That's perfectly fine. But parents like in Virginia talking about I want to be involved in it. No, get your dumb ass out. Who will listen to your dumb ass? Like, why would I want you coming up with a curriculum for my kid? Like,
Yeah, this is why I'm probably gonna. I'm gonna homeschool my kids. There's no way I can send them through public education. Absolutely not.
why not? All my kids go to public school. Dude, like I said, my kids
I
just
can tell,
graduated.
brother. I can tell, brother. I can tell. I can tell.
It's not the school, dude. It's the kid.
That's a part of it, and a lot of it's the parent.
It's the parents. Yeah, my sons know they go to school, act their ass. They gonna get dealt with. So they go to act like they got some sense.
Well, it's not so much about that. It's so much about the mindset, right? What's the ideology being taught in school today? You know, it's a tool used to push propaganda. If you're not careful and you're not paying attention, you can poison a generation of kids.
There you go again. We was getting you away from that left leaning. You went right back to it, dude. Damn,
it's true. You agreed to it. Didn't you not agree to the fact that they've misled and miseducated kids in this country?
But they do.
Okay,
but
so my point, my disagree with.
No, well, my point when I was saying that to say is, don't tell me that this AA class got some inaccuracies in it.
So,
it's inaccuracies according to you, not according to the leading people in this industry. It's according to you.
So what you're saying is you're gonna pick and choose when you believe that America's gonna teach accurate education to the children, right?
No, it's not. I'm not picking and choosing. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of inaccuracies with all history.
Okay,
because he wasn't there. He wasn't there.
So why is it okay for accepted with African American studies and you have someone trying to call it out?
It ain't about being accepted. It's about you only calling it out for a political reason.
So, even if he did call it out for political reasons, the facts are the facts. So why does it matter if he did?
Yeah, but I'm not listening to you. It's the messenger. I'm not listening to you because I already seen all the operations that you did.
So basically, even though he's telling the truth, you don't want to hear
but it ain't true
because of the messenger. I hear what the problem is. You don't
like
no.
The messenger he don't get a benefit out because it's his past. But even his objections are, who are you? If Ron DeSantis, listen to what I'm saying. If Ron DeSantis was an African American professor,
okay,
studies professor, and he say, no, I went through this course. I looked at everything. I disagree with some of this stuff because of my professional and through all of the studies and stuff I've done, this is not accurate. That's one thing. Ron DeSantis don't know shit about African American history and culture to be saying it's inaccurate.
How do you know?
Because the course was put together by the leader, African. You know who was a key member of this? The Henry Gates dude, the Finding My Roots guy. He put together like half of this thing, and then the rest of it was like the top African American studies professors in the country.
And let me end with this, and this is one of the biggest problems that we have: blind trust. Blind trust. Blind trust. Just because he's black, just because he's a professor, doesn't mean we're supposed to just.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Don't do the right wing thing on me. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna trust the people who teach this. That what they're teaching me is for the most part correct, because I don't think anything is 100% correct.
How do you feel about the Black Caucus?
What about them? You talking about in Congress, the National Black Caucus, whatever it's called? What about them?
I said, how do you feel about them?
But I mean, that's like an open question. Like, what do you?
No, it's a question. In general, yeah.
In general, I don't have an issue with them. Like,
do you feel like they've made good strides and they have the best interests of Black people?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I think that?
Do you feel that the NAACP, as of today, has made good strides and have the best interests of Black people?
Yeah. We wouldn't be advanced. We wouldn't come as far as we have without the NAACP.
What does the NAACP stand for?
The National Advancement for Colored People.
And you feel like they've made strides in that
advancement
of colored people?
Like, how you think we got board of Brown versus the Board of Education? That was NAACP. How do you think we got like a lot of the legislation that got us out of Jim Crow era? That was the NAACP. Like, how can you not say How many people the NAACP that sent to college, to the United Negro College Fund and they college funds? Like a lot of, how can you not say they did good for black people? Now, could you say that maybe they don't have the role that they used to have? Like their influence is not like it used to be, or the need for them ain't what it once was? You can argue, you can make a great argument for that. But
Okay.
you can't say what they did. But like everything else, I think if you got rid of them, if you got rid of affirmative action and all that, it'd just go back to like the way it was. The reason why we had to get affirmative action.
So let me ask you this in closing. Do you think two things? If you had to pick between a leader, you have to pick.
Don't be dumb choice, man. Come on. What is it? Let me hear it.
I got you. Let me ask you this before I ask that. Hold on. Do you think Barack Obama, President Barack Obama, do you think he did anything to help Black Americans?
Yes or no? I think he did what he could get done, but I mean, Barack Obama was in a legislation that was 100% against passing anything Barack Obama wanted to pass. So people got to look at that too. Like if I'm the president and the House and the Senate is Republican and they won't even bring my shit to the floor, it's kind of hard to do anything. So
do you think I'm an Uncle Tom or a Sambo?
what's the difference? I'm trying to think of the difference. I mean, because I know the story of Uncle Tom. You know why Uncle Tom is bad? A lot of people don't know why Uncle Tom is bad.
Why is Uncle Tom bad?
Because I'm from the DC area. You know, Uncle Tom is from Maryland.
Okay.
So Uncle Tom was bad because he was loyal to his slave master, right?
All right.
So his slave master was losing his plantation.
Okay.
So he took Tom and said, "Look, I trust you. I want you to take these slaves on a train from Maryland to Ohio to my brother's farm." Because he was basically trying to hide his slaves because they was going to get repoed. So he was sending them to Ohio, right? And he said, for this, when you get there, I'll give you and your family freedom, right?
Right.
So that's Tom, his wife, and his children. At this point, Tom was free, by the way. So Tom take the slaves over there, and on the journey, the other slaves was like, "Damn, Tom, let us out, man. Let us free. Let us go. Like we want to use." Tom like, "Nah, man. I'm an honest man. I'm gonna do. This is what I was put to do. This is what I'm gonna do, right?" So he kept them slaves there. So when he get there, the slave owner's brother is like, "Hell no, I ain't giving you your wife and your kids, right?" So what Tom do? He let his wife and kids and they run to Canada, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was cool for him to run for his family, but when all them other slaves wanted to run, he was like, "Nah, I'm an honorable man, blah blah blah." That's why Uncle Tom is a insult.
So again, do you see me as an Uncle Tom or a Sambo?
I would see you as neither.
But you have to pick one.
But I don't see you in either one. Why you have to be one or the other? I don't think I haven't seen anything that make me say one or the other. But
so then let me ask you this. This is the last. I'll put you in the hot seat.
But why you have to be an Uncle Tom or Sambo? Because you lean conservative?
I'm not a conservative.
I said lean conservative, man. I said lean conservative.
I'll lean conservative. Okay. I don't think I'm a lean conservative. I let me ask you this, and then I'm gonna pull up the next guest.
But I would say you gotta make most black people culturally lean conservative.
They have conservative values.
Culturally,
yes, culturally they do. If you had to choose between a leader and a representative, between Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, who would you choose?
In that era or this era? In this era, 100% King. In this era, 100% King. In that era, neither.
All right.
Because in that era, conservatives love Martin Luther King now, but they fucking couldn't stand him back then. His approval rate was like 30%.
All right. So out of leaders, you would choose Martin Luther King.
In this era, yeah, because now conservatives claim they love him, but they didn't like him back then. So
that's not. I'm just asking you, not about what they think. I'm asking who.
Yeah, because I want my leader to be able to lead and get shit done. I think King can get shit done in this era. They'll look at Malcolm X like oh, he gotta go. Like the shit Malcolm X talk about. But they so-called love King. They love him okay now, even though they didn't like him back then. But they love him now. So they might give him the keys to the kingdom.
Listen,
so
brother,
I take King.
I enjoyed this conversation. I enjoyed it, man. I think you brought some great perspective. And I appreciate you. Anytime I'm up, man, feel free to come up and join in the conversation. Not many people like to come up here and talk.
I gave you my email. Hit me up. Anytime y'all want somebody to school y'all with these liberal points. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you, brother. Hey, anytime, man. Anytime.
All right, bro.
All right. Have a good night, man.
All right.
All right. I don't even have any of my apple juice up here. What do you guys think? How many of you knew he was going to pick Martin Luther King over Malcolm X? How many of y'all knew he was going to pick Martin Luther King? I knew he was going to pick Martin. Does anybody see the problem with that? Does anybody see the problem with why he would pick Martin Luther King? Right? Does anybody see the problem with that? Michi said I got a lot of patience. I think shout out to that brother for coming up, because I really enjoyed his perspective. And I always like when people come up and share their perspective, because it's a reflection of, it's a representation of this country, right? A difference in thought, a difference in opinion, a different way of looking at things. Right away that someone else feels the exact same way. So when I'm talking to him, I know that I'm talking to 1,000 other people who feel the exact same way. So it's a healthy challenge for me to learn more about how other people view these things that we're discussing. I enjoy it, you guys. I enjoy it. He even taught me some things too. I learned a lot from that conversation, especially about the Bible, praying on the Bible thing. And again, I don't know everything, you guys, and I don't ever want to come up here and pretend that I do. But I learned by listening to people, and I learned a lot from him, believe it or not. And I really, really enjoyed that conversation. And he made some good points in reference to the curriculum and things like that. And I think some people just have a different perspective as far as, they don't really care as much, or they don't think it's much of a big deal as some people make it out to be. I think he might have been just a little biased because he does not like DeSantis. I'm the type of person where I can dislike a person, but I can listen if they're making valid points. I can separate my dislike for them and look at the points that they are making. I've had to do it all my life, dealing with people. Sometimes you have to be like, I don't like you, but what you're saying is true, right? And so I did like his back and forth. Yeah, and that's what I thought. I thought this was historically always the Bible, but I will definitely look into that. I think the country has changed a lot from the standard practices because they've become very all inclusive, and because of that, they've gotten away from that. And again, so I think it's very interesting. And so, great point, Jay. He did point out what was inaccurate. And it wasn't that he didn't necessarily, he had an issue with some of the stuff that was in the curriculum. Some of the stuff he was saying, it didn't give a well-rounded perspective, because telling people how to think versus showing them what to think about is totally different. Totally different. And I like the idea. They have the teachings of white supremacy, what it did and how it impacted, this country as it relates to Black people. He didn't put that in there. What he put in there were things, he put reparations in there because I know exactly what they're probably doing. They're giving a one-sided argument to something that's very complex. And if you want new leaders to fix the problem, you need to equip them with as much accurate information as possible. Making an argument saying that, well, historically, this country is not used to putting out accurate information when it comes to history. So therefore, why does it matter that, that this is not being accurate? That's a very disingenuous way to make an argument. And I think we get into this comparative analysis all the time. Well, they didn't do it for this group. They didn't do it for that group. So why should they do it for Blacks? And that's a fair statement to make. I think at the end of the day, the reality is what's true is true. What needs to be fixed needs to be fixed. My problem is if there are Black scholars who felt this was okay, I would want to know why they think this needs to be in here. And just because they're Black scholars putting in information in this, making this a criteria, doesn't mean that they're not wrong, right? So that's another thing. I wouldn't want my child learning about queer theory. I don't see how that's relative. If you want to create an AP class for queer studies or AP LGBTQ studies, by all means. By all means. I don't believe that has a place in African American studies. I just don't. I don't see the correlation, to be completely honest. And so, yeah, the LGBTQ is a recognized minority group. Then give them their own course. You could tell, matter of fact, you can run it all the way back to Greek mythology days when they out here doing their LGBTQ stuff. Run it back. Let's, matter of fact, have a class on the history of homosexuality. I think it's interesting. I would take the course and learn. I'd be curious to know, right? It's all through the Bible. I'm not saying don't teach it. I'm saying don't conflate it with African history. Don't do that. Because we want to be completely honest. There's a lot of homosexuality activity taking place in European history. A whole lot. A whole lot. And the brother, he mentioned it, right? Hell, the Catholic Church, Pope in them, right? The Pope in them with the little boys. Run it back. Right? So if you really, my thing is, yeah, teach it. Let's talk about how this was introduced and why this was the norm. Right? So again, I don't have an issue with learning about it. I don't have an issue with it at all. I have a friend, he's bisexual. He's a cool dude. Really cool, actually. I actually like him. I think he's really, 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 he's really straight. It's like, he's not really straight, but he's not straight, but you get what I'm saying? He's cool. He's a cool dude. I don't have an issue with any of that. I have an issue when we talk about agenda. The whole thing is, why did you feel the need to integrate that into the African American studies? Explain to me what that has to do with African Americans. Why are Black people the face of a LGBTQ movement? What is that about? And if you don't quite understand, people always like to talk about white supremacy and so forth and so on and so on. But if you don't understand that there's an effort to destroy Black homes, Black families, feminize men, right? And to alienate women, the Black women from Black men, if you don't understand that, then you're not going to see this as a problem. I was dating this girl a couple years ago, and she was cool. She was real cool, actually. I was like, man, this chick, she's pretty squared away. There's a situation that happened with Mario, the guy from Saved by the Bell, right? This is when this stuff started to really start to come up in the media about kids wanting to change their sexuality, wanting to change their gender. It was just starting to be talked about, and it was a very taboo topic. No one really knew how to address it. Mario from Saved by the Bell, he still looked like he just got off the set from Saved by the Bell. The brother ain't aged at all. I don't know what he's sipping on, but he made a statement in the news and the media. I'll never forget it. And he said something to the effect of, it's a parent's job to correct their child when they have the wrong perspective or perception as to who they are. Your son comes to you, your daughter comes to you and tells you that they want to be a different gender. As a parent, you're supposed to educate them on what gender they are, not accept the confusion, right, that they are experiencing. You know, you have a son and he's like, oh, hey, mama, I found this tampon lying around. Can I experiment with it? You're going to say, no, that's for women. All right. That's a tool, a resource for women for their own personal thing. You're not going to, right? If you have a daughter and she wants to, I don't know, what could daughters do that only men do? I don't know. I don't have an example for you. But the whole idea is we all have those conversations where you have boys trying to put on mother's dress or something, or put on the mother's shoes or something like that. And then you get in this conversation, or you have a kid, the son wants to play with the Barbie doll. The daughter wants to play with, I don't know, play cops and robbers or something like that. And we have put genders into a category as, hey, that's for boys, that's for girls. Pink is for girls, blue is for boys. And we know that. We know this thing has come about, right? So again, the challenge in trying to explain to your child that there are certain things for boys and there are certain things for girls. Well, as a parent, you're responsible for making those decisions for your child. So when this thing came out with Mario and he made a statement and said, as a parent, I'm going to correct my child to look at life through the lens biologically, his normal, what's normal for what we consider, I guess you would say what we consider as normal. And the media had a field day with that. And they dragged him, you know, they tried to cancel him. This is beginning when cancel culture was like starting to get strong. They tried to cancel him and he had to come back and apologize. You know, he came back and made this big statement about how he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. And I'm thinking to myself, what? As your job, what is, as a parent, your job is to correct. Your job is to correct and make sure that your child is aligned properly. So me and my girl at the time were at dinner, and this was a big thing going on through the media. And she brought up the question. And she said, because they were dragging him through the mud. And she asked me, she said, hey, if you had a son and your son came to you and he said, I think I want to be a girl, what would you say to him? And I told her, I said, I would tell him that he's not a girl, and I would educate him properly as a parent. Well, you guys, she had an issue with that. And I was like, well, what would you do? She was like, well, I would embrace it and tell him it's okay, he can be a girl. You guys, that was the last date we went on. And I really liked her. All right. What did she tell me? What did she tell me in that one moment? This is a girl I was dating for like 7 months. I let her go after that. I let her go. She told me at dinner, matter of fact, that if our child came to her and told her, she would not correct the child. And I gave her the example. If our child came to us as parents and said that, hey, so if your daughter came to you and said, hey, I want to be a prostitute when I grow up. I want to be a prostitute. I want to sell my body. Or your son comes to you and say, hey, I want to be a drug dealer. Or I want to rob people for a living. Is there anything wrong with that? It's their choice. But as a parent, is that normal to accept that from your child? Or do you correct their thinking? Why do we correct their thinking? By correcting their thinking, or by correction, we are also acknowledging that what they are, their perception or perspective is flawed. And so when you have a child who has a flawed perspective, your job is to correct them. What they do when they become an adult is out of your control. I'm not going to allow my child to walk around with the wrong thinking and say it's okay. But I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe. So when that brother came up and said he was okay with not correcting his child, right? The icing on the cake is when he said he would choose Martin Luther King. All right. What's understood doesn't have to be said. Yep. What's understood doesn't have to be said. Danita, let me pull you up real quick. I see you in the back. I'm gonna pull you up, Danita. And anybody have any disagreements? They want to come up before we shut it down. I'll throw this back in the chat. You're more than welcome to come up. If you disagree with any of this, I'm really curious. I would love to hear your perspective. Any disagreements? Would love to hear your perspective. And Danita, how you doing, my dear?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Good to see you.
Good to see you again. Good to see you again. I know there was a lot talked about.
Yes, yes. I was listening though. I was really enjoying. I sent in my super chat saying, and I'm gonna repeat again, I enjoy the Wednesdays, the lives when I'm able to catch them. I love the topics and the things you present because it's very enlightening.
Thank you.
And it keeps us. You give us the current, make people aware of the current issues, and update us on what's going on and everything. And I really appreciate that. I'm always enjoying it. And then I really, believe it or not, and Michi is right, I watch her channel too, but you do have a lot of patience. I think you said when you started, you did not know if you was made for this kind of thing, but you are. Because you let people express themselves fully and give you their opinions and stuff. And I love the way you ask questions for clarification.
Mm.
I do it for the same reason. Most people, and people might get a little funny with you when you're asking a question. And I'm just going to tell you, let them know you're not asking them a question to prove a point or correct them, because I know that you do it for me. You're really trying to understand
Yes.
and learn where they're coming from, because even though their ideas may be different, you want to understand what they're talking about and why and everything. So many times, most people ask questions, they want to point out that somebody's wrong or something like that. Yeah, and
Yes.
prove a point.
Yes.
But I love the way you ask questions and listen. And just want to give you so much cheers and applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Because you wanted to keep us updated, informed, and stuff like that. And you really are. Yeah, because it's a whole lot of things. And I love the other thing I love is that I feel like when you listen to other people and you giving all people the chatting and giving all the comments and everything, there is the diversity.
Yes.
It's a diverse world, and people do not think alike.
This is true.
And yeah, and do not accept that someone else may not think the way you do.
Yeah.
And but I love it because it makes me think of stuff that I would have never thought about.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when
Same here.
people share, and I notice you're the same way, when they're talking, you're like, okay, I'm learning something. Yeah. So it's a real learning experience. Yeah. And
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
And I appreciate you. And you're absolutely correct. I don't
Mhm.
I didn't start this channel to be right. I started it to be accurate. And
Mhm.
I have learned so much about myself being on here, and I've
Mhm.
learned from other people, and I love it because everybody's view is everyone's perception is their reality. And for me to understand their reality, I have to accept their perception. And once I get a chance to accept the perception, it helps me to understand. Meaning I don't have a problem putting myself in people's shoes and to really kind of grasp the concept. And that's why I said he made a lot of valid points. His arguments were valid. And it's not so much whether it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. It's explain to me, show me why you are correct. Show me why you're right. And that's really what I want to know. And it's not about trying to make my point valid over his point. No,
Mhm.
he spoke his truth, and his truth was accurate. You know, and we can agree. We can. That's why even when we're talking about, I said we agree on the troubles of this country as it relates to Black people and how we got here. And he was saying, "Well, you think this way." I said, "No, I agree with you. We think the same. We're on the same page." I'm
Mhm.
just saying, how do we take the next step past this? Because
Mhm.
everybody comes up here and wants to fixate on the past, but we've already acknowledged the past already. We've already acknowledged it, and we know it to a point to where no one wants to take the next step to have the conversation. At some point
Mhm.
in time, you got to move forward. And and
Exactly.
and it's not by moving forward does not mean you're dismissing what was behind you. And I think that's people's fear or discomfort when having the conversation. They believe that by wanting to talk about the future means that you're not acknowledging the past. And I say no, by acknowledging the past is more reasons why we should start focusing on the future.
I
And
agree.
yeah.
I
So
agree. I agree greatly. We are so good at pointing out the problems,
right.
but we're not thinking about the solutions. And like you said, civil rights, Martin Luther King or whatever, I don't remember if it was you or him. That's in the past.
That's right.
We got problems. We definitely got problems. They had problems back then in the civil rights and Jim Crow, but they are different.
Different, yes.
Different people, different times, different everything. And we can't solve the current problems the way we did the past. The past is important to me to learn from, like you say, not to repeat certain negative things in history.
Correct.
But we got to think about how to go forward. And in that, I think people are scared to express it, because the same way it is in diversity and your personal choice, I really honestly think it's going to take diversity to go forward into the future. That question, like, which one would I choose? Malcolm X or Martin Luther King? If they were alive today, I choose Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Huey Newton. We need all the ideas. In other words, I choose Nietzsche X, daughter of Yah. Get all of them together to go forward into the future. It's who's my other gay? Dre Blanco. Get us all together. We need a team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you do this, and I do that, and you come up with this, and I come up with that. And I think
we'll put Nietzsche in charge of.
Yes. That probably was the hindrance. Yeah, and I think that probably reflecting on it, that might be why it wasn't successful back then.
Yes,
because everybody is so I know what you call it, polarized or whatever. You got to get on this team or that team, or do it this way or that way. And I really think the successful things in life, it take a whole lot of different ideas, people, things, tools, everything. Yeah. And that's why I love your show, because even in the chat, I'm getting diverse ideas and stuff. And I can literally see how sometimes the answer is more than one thing.
Yes, absolutely.
It really is. Yeah.
And it's about putting people in the right area to get the job done.
Exactly.
I stay in my lane, put me in an area that I excel in, and let me be in charge of that area for us all. And I think what ends up happening, you have one person think they could do everything, and they try to lead the charge of the entire movement, and that's not ever going to work, And so, but listen, my dear, I appreciate you coming up all the time.
Okay, now I want to before I get to why I originally came up, but I was just enjoying stuff so much, while I was in the back, I was just listening and enjoying all the different ideas and topics and stuff like that and comments. But I did come up originally for intersectionality.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Okay, intersectionality is what is referred to in cases of discrimination, bias, stuff like that. So we know it applies to that. Okay. What it is the overlapping of different things that people have been racist about, prejudiced about, biased about, discriminated about. So, and it still could be a diverse thing. But for instance, you got a black man and you got a white woman, and they both underpaid.
Okay.
The issue is that they're underpaid. And if you got two women, now when they start overlapping, it's because that white woman is
A woman.
underpaid because she's a woman.
Right.
The black man is underpaid because he's black. So you got overlapping issues. They both getting underpaid. And then the next issue is he's black. Okay, and then we gonna add, he might be also being discriminated against because he's gay.
Yes. Yes. Oh.
She's bisexual. She go both ways.
Right.
So you got a combination of a lot of things going on. When you have intersectionality like that, and they're talking about the books that people are reading or whatever. So if it's about Black history, Nikki Giovanni was Black, but the book is not about Black history. Yeah, she came from that era. And so she experienced, she's a Black historical figure.
Okay, right.
But that's not what the book, the Black women are creating, is about. So she done experienced both things, you know, Black history or whatever like that. But that's not what the book is about. And sometimes when you have overlapping issues, it's hard to separate. Okay, what is the book about? What is the main thing? So that's what intersectionality is about. You got several things that stand on their own. And you got to determine which one is the point. Are we doing gay people tonight? Are we doing Black men issues tonight? Or are we doing underpaid people issues tonight?
So I agree with that though. And when I was reading it, and when he mentioned it, I again, this is all new to me. I've heard these terms before, but I honestly never really paid attention to it because it just didn't feel like it just applied to my immediate surroundings. So as I started doing research on this, I was like, what is intersectionality? Because all these new words that have been coming up over the last 10 years, you know, you get tired of it. It's just like, oh my God, every day something new. You got to learn a new thing. And it's just trying to accommodate people's insecurities and stuff like that. So what I do understand now, since reading it and then hearing, you know, even your perspective and even the gentleman's perspective earlier about how important intersectionality is, and the idea that yes, it's a compounded issue of multiple things that someone could be discriminative against about you, whether it's your hair, your skin tone, your sexuality, and even your religion. So you can have 4 strikes against you, you know, and be discriminated against from a multitude. And so what they're saying is through intersectionality, people's experience of unfair treatment and discrimination can be uniquely different because they represent a multitude of things versus you might have me, I'm just a Black guy, but then you have the person next to me might represent 4 different types of minorities, right? And so their experience on top of everything else could be completely different than mine, just as being a regular, just being a Black male. So I could see that. I think it's interesting that
what he's saying is sometimes that makes it hard when certain issues is going on to pinpoint which issue the person is dealing with at that time. And then I like to do like the old time school teachers do and break the word down. You know, I'm old fashioned, which is the key word, root word is intersect. You got a lot of things at that intersection going on. Yeah.
That's right.
That'll help make it easier. You got a lot of things at the intersection. And if that, if that school crossing guard don't get out there in direct traffic, we gonna be in trouble. She got to know when to let the kids cross, when to let the cars go, blah, 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 like that. Interesting.
Really. I like that. But you're right. Honestly, I think that is fair. I think that's absolutely fair. And I do think that that's a real thing. But like he said as well, which I also agree, what you do for one, you got to do for all. And
yes, I agree.
What I think what ends up happening, now there needs to be a new definition for heterosexual males, a heterosexual Black male, where now I feel like I'm not being represented. Now I feel like I'm not being respected, because in order to now, here's where the problem comes in. In order to acknowledge this group, you are now diminishing another group. In order to uplift this group, you now have to put another group down. So you're trying to grant more access or more rights or more privilege, give more leverage to one side, but you're not being fair on the other side. No one had a conversation with heterosexuals and said, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Because now we're going to have to now infringe a little bit on what you guys were comfortable with in order to now address 0.0005%. I'm not saying that we shouldn't acknowledge. I'm not saying we shouldn't make adjustments. I'm saying that at what point in time now do my personal beliefs and my feelings, since we're having a conversation on feelings and morals, right? At what point do those things not be acknowledged and respected? And so that's where now I want some definitions for me and other heterosexual males. You know,
and you make a very valid point, because I think what's going on in our society right now is, okay, heterosexual male, heterosexual female. People think it doesn't need a new definition because it has been going on for ages. But that goes back to us saying everything has changed.
Right.
We need, the Black man that was a slave was a different need, a different outlook than the Black man that went into Jim Crow and marched across the line with the Black man of the millennial, So yeah, I think people ought to understand so heterosexuals been around forever. But that doesn't mean you don't know how they think, or that they're still thinking like they did with Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, So nobody is checking on the Black heterosexual man.
Nope.
Nobody checking on what they think they already know.
Right.
Because Black heterosexuality been around a long time.
Yeah,
and I would really like to know, and I'm gonna tell you, because I really like to know. I watch plenty of YouTube trying to listen in channels where Black men have a voice.
Yes.
Because I'm an older woman, I want to know how the men are thinking. I even want to know how the older men are thinking. And I happen to believe that you won't know if you don't listen.
That's right.
And ask them the question and listen and hear what they're saying.
Correct.
Yeah, I can't just assume I know. I want to find out. How you feeling? What you thinking?
Exactly. And I'll say this, because here's the problem. In order to give you a voice doesn't mean you need to censor mine. And I think that is the biggest problem with what's going on, which what they call the woke movement and this, that, and the other. The idea is that you are infringing on other people to acknowledge this particular group. And it's not that people don't want to acknowledge them. We're saying don't infringe on me. And it's just that simple. And so
exactly, because what people don't sorry.
No, you good. No, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was going to say what people don't understand about censorship is once you do that, you don't have the truth anymore. You don't have complete facts and truth when you start. And I equate it with redacting and editing and all of that.
Right.
Then what your true thoughts and whatever did not get out. Only what they wanted to listen to or for people to hear.
Correct.
Very misleading. Very misleading.
Very, very misleading. Very dangerous tone that this set. Very, very, very dangerous. And so you know, and I'm gonna pull up one more thing, but listen, I appreciate you, Miss Alexander. You know, always, you know, I love that you support the channel. Always giving me some good vibes. So you know, stay tuned. You know, we got some interesting things coming up. I'm waiting for that body cam to drop for that incident with the officer. That's gonna be crazy.
Yes, I can't wait.
No, it's gonna be crazy. So listen, you have a good night, my dear. And
I want you to know that on the times when I don't come up and I'm not saying nothing, or maybe I don't throw in a super chat, I'm there a lot of times.
Listen,
I'm just soaking it all in.
Listen, I know you always there. That's why I always, anytime you miss a stream, just make a comment on the videos. You know, I read every comment.
I will, because I do miss live sometimes, but I go and watch it, you know. So I'm so glad that you make the lives available in a replay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I want you guys to see it. So I'll probably have to do. I'm about to do a stream tomorrow, but I want to get to this Ben Crump. I got to get on Ben Crump. Crazy behind.
Yes. Oh my goodness. But now see, the problem is I'm old school. I'm older. So I could tell some people, I know about Ben Crump been around, and I don't want to mess up your show for tomorrow.
I didn't know that.
That lawyer, Ben Crump, and he old school. Old school.
I gotta hear about it. I gotta hear
he do for a long time.
I gotta hear about it. You gotta come up tomorrow and give us some, because I'm gonna talk about it tomorrow. You gotta come up tomorrow.
Yes, he was. I'm sure that younger generation may not have heard of him or whatever, but he had a name back in the day. You know, everybody knew Ben Crump. That's like Johnny Cochran. You know, before Johnny. Oh yeah, all the black issues. Yeah, I'm gonna do some more research too, though.
Put me on. Shoot me something.
Okay.
All right,
but that much I can tell you. He's been around that long.
I did not know that. It seemed like he came out of nowhere.
Benjamin Crump.
All right. I need to do my research a little more. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people when you're old, you know, older rather, because I'm not old, but when you're older, you got a whole lot of wealth of information, because people were asking me about Biden. You know, like, what are they calling him, Jim Crow? You know, Joe and stuff like that. Oh, you didn't know Biden been a senator ever since Martin Luther King? Ben Martin.
So how do you feel? Let me ask you this real quick before you go. How do you feel about Joe Biden, though? Do you feel like, since you actually know his history? I wasn't young enough to understand what was going on, but do you feel does he still look the same to you? Does he still represent the same issues from when he started?
I think so, but this is sorry.
No,
this is because he's still a chameleon. He always going to be, and he will be in change. When I hit the basics, it's still the same. Joe is for Joe. If you don't realize that yet, Joe, even as a president, I think you see it more. Yeah. Joe ain't about nobody but Joe and those in his circle who reads the palms and stuff like that. Yeah. And he still got a lot of I see the
Jim Crow in him.
The Joe dressed up in new outfit, new clothing, new time, new era, but that old Joe is still up under there lurking.
I listened to his speeches back when he was a young man, and he did not come off like he liked black folks at all.
He didn't. Now he ready to let black folks out of jail for marijuana. He was the one about less than 10 years ago saying put every single one of them in jail. But that was because at that time it wasn't out that Hunter Biden was on every drug in the book for years. Yeah. So he's for Joe. Now that his son done been exposed for all the drugs he do, now let's make it legal.
Correct.
But when his son wasn't exposed, well, that's for my son. But yeah, we putting and who I rubber elbows with, which was then, was white folks. But he's changed, and I'll be honest about my feelings for Joe Biden.
Right.
I know what he was. I thought his change was genuine. All of them, Strom Thurmond, George Wallace, they started out, not wanting to let the kid, the segregation and stuff in and whatever, and then they professed, okay, we going into politics, and now that we in politics, we changed our mind about black people.
Right.
And so it's been a back and forth thing with Joe Biden. So there have been times that I was for Joe Biden. When he ran with Barack, I was for Joe Biden being the vice president.
And I think a lot of that comes down to, honestly, it comes down to they'll do anything for votes. And that's where their priorities are.
Yeah. But Joe Biden, I wouldn't vote for him after he was vice president to Barack. And now with the things I'm paying attention, and again, I'm gonna plug you before I go out, which is that's what I love. Yeah, you're keeping us updated on things.
Thank you.
Whether you mention Joe Biden's name or not, we know we're intelligent people who is linked to certain things and what policies is keeping certain things going. So thank you for keeping us aware and up to date and giving us the facts and everything. And then, like you say, people can make up their own minds.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you're putting the facts and the truth out there, and I really appreciate it.
We're gonna do it over here. Facts over feelings. That's how we do it.
Oh Lord, they might cut you off. You might have to go over to Patreon. We might have to pay for you. So they trying to cut off truth and all of that.
It's all good. It's all good. Listen, my love, I appreciate you, my dear.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you again.
We're gonna jump on it. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Again, thank you. I enjoyed the channel and your show. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too, hon. You too. Thank you for your support, my dear.
All right.
I love you, Miss Alexander. She is so awesome. Words that I manifest, brother. You the last one, man. I've been waiting for you to come up. I'm gonna drop this one more time for the brother because he keep bringing up January 6th. What about January 6th? Words that I manifest. Come on up, brother. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't do that. Come on up. We having a good time tonight. We're gonna keep it real all the way tonight. What about January 6th? Come up here and ask me directly. Come up here and ask me directly. He said January 6th is his birthday. Come on up, man. I done dropped the link for you all night. You all that back keyboard hustling, behind the scenes hustling you doing. You got a whole opportunity to come up and have the conversation. Come on up, brother. Come on. Words that I manifest. Manifest your ass up here on the stream. How about that? I'm manifesting that you're gonna click the link and come up and have the conversation as I manifest. How good is that manifestation? Let's see if he comes up. Is he coming? Is he coming? Keyboard ninjas, boy. Keyboard throwing darts of nothingness in the chat. I want to pull this up. Shout out to my awesome moderators. Keep me up to date with the. Let me see. Where is it at? Where is it at? Pull this up real quick. We're talking about agendas. Talking about the agenda. I want to see. Check this out. This is for the brother who came in earlier. And this is the article from National Review. He had an issue with me saying the word agenda. Disney executive producer admits to gay agenda, adding queerness wherever she could. You guys, this is what I was talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. The gay agenda. You know, during staff meeting, Florida recent enacted of the Parental Rights and Education Bill, and executive producer Disney said she was advancing not at all secret gay agenda to insert queerness into children's animation. Latoya Revenue, executive producer of Disney Television Animation, talked about how the studio's treatment for her progressive ideas defied her negative expectations of the company in a video obtained from journalist Christopher Rufo. Instead of vetoing her pitches for LGBT-friendly Easter eggs or overt references in her series, Disney gladly accepted and included them, she claimed. When she talks about Easter eggs or her overtly putting references in there, basically what she's saying is she spent a concerted effort putting some hidden messages of homosexuality in kids' cartoons and animation. My thing is, how about you give parents the option if that's what they want their kids exposed to, because it's not the norm, right? It's not the norm, and again, not every parent wants to teach their kids that, because by teaching that, you guys, you're forced to have to teach about sexuality. And not every parent feels like that's appropriate to teach your child at certain ages. So, do with that as you will, but I definitely understand. Shout out to Christopher Rufo. He put this out here about the gay agenda that was put out. We're going to play this clip, and I think this is the lady. What does he say on here? Yep, this is Latoya Revenue. I think that's how you pronounce her name. And this is what she had to say. So let me turn this up. Words that manifest still ain't coming up. There's one in every stream. All right. Hold on. People saying no sound? Really? Huh. You guys can't hear it? What? All right. If you can't hear it, give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to do something real quick. Why? I wonder why this is not playing. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second, you guys. 1 second. I'm about to do something real creative. Why is it not playing? Anyways, while I fix this real quick, because I think this is a good conversation. Let me see something real quick. This is Twitter. Let me remove that. Let me remove this. Let me remove this. Let me remove this. I don't know why there's no sound. Let me see if I can pull up something real quick, you guys. In the meantime, real quick, let me ask this in the chat for those who are watching. If you had to choose between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, which M are you choosing? Malcolm or Martin? And does anybody know why I asked him that question? Anybody know why I asked him that question? I did have it up here. Let me see. Anybody know why I asked him that question? Who would you choose, Malcolm or Martin? Let me download. Malcolm or Martin, you guys? Who would you pick? Who would you pick? And can you? And I'm pretty sure. Download it. All right. Everybody says Malcolm. Malcolm. Okay. Malcolm. All right. Malcolm or Martin, you guys? Who are you picking? Does anybody know why I asked him that? Does anybody in the chat know why that was the last question I asked him? Does anybody know? I think there are certain questions you can ask a person that speaks for itself. Very unique brother, very unique perspective that he had on a lot of things. Michi, we know you picking Malcolm. We know you picking Malcolm. Your name Michi X. What if they call me Nathan X? I wonder. Nene says Malcolm. Who else is picking? Is anybody picking Martin? And I'm not saying he's not a good leader. Is anybody picking Martin?
Like, I love Disney's content.
Anybody? Courtney, who you picking? Courtney, who you picking? You picking Martin or Malcolm? T King said X all day. All day. Who's picking Martin? Now don't get me wrong. I don't have an issue with Martin. Does anybody know why I asked him that? Yep. Does anybody know why I asked him that? Shout out to Grove. He said Malcolm X was more accurate with what is happening today when it comes to politics, socialism, etc. Very true. Very true. Man, Malcolm, you'd have thought Malcolm had a crystal ball. You'd have thought Malcolm could see the future. He called everything out for exactly what it was. Exactly. Who knows? As Ed says, you could see where his stance is, especially when it comes to government agenda and idealism. Yep, absolutely. That one question, that one response alone paints the entire picture of how well do you understand the issue, what the issue is, and how to fix the issue. Because again, this is where the divide happened during the civil rights movement. You know, people were trying to pick a leader based on how you understood the problem. Who had the right understanding? Right? Who had the right understanding? Courtney says, I'm Malcolm. You know I like the smoke. Facts. Ballot of the bullet, baby. Ballot of the bullet. Absolutely. I'm for the smoke too. I'm for the smoke. I believe winning wars without having to throw a punch. You know, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game.
Love Disney's content. I grew up watching, all.
All right. Curious. I had to download. I had to pull the video, download, do all this other stuff, and see if the sound should be coming through. Malcolm was way more radical to me. But why? But why Malcolm? Who would you pick? Who would you pick, my dear? Would you pick Malcolm or Martin? Malcolm or Martin? They need a show. Okay, Miss Alexander said I'm picking Martin. We got one Martin. SS said as a kid, Martin, it was pushed, but as an adult, Malcolm. And no one has nothing to do with being woke. Yeah, we have to be careful. And listen, Malcolm called it. You got to be careful with the leaders they give you. That's what I'm going to say to that. I think it was the right idea to listen to what Martin had to say, but we should have did what Malcolm X was proposing. And I think there's a difference. There's a big difference. Listen to Martin, but follow Malcolm. Yikes. Michi, I'm going to just pull it up anyway because Michi says Martin was a sellout. If he was here today, he'd be hanging with Crump and Black Lives Matter. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, you heard it came through? All right, cool. We're gonna pull this one up. Words that manifest. If you're not coming up, I can't even read no more of your comments. I thought you was about to manifest up here. Manifest destiny. All right, let's see what this video has to say.
It's like, I love Disney's content. I grew up watching, all of the classics. They have been a huge, informative part of my life. But at the same time, I worked at small studios most of my career, and I'd heard, you hear whispers. I'd heard things like, oh, they won't let you show this at a Disney show. And I'm like, okay. So I was a little sus when I started. But then my experience was bafflingly the opposite of what I had heard on my little pocket of Proud Family Disney TVA. The showrunners were super welcoming. Meredith Roberts and our leadership over there has been so welcoming to my not at all secret gay agenda. And so I feel like I felt like it was, maybe it was that way in the past, but I guess something must have happened in the last they are turning it around, they're going hard. And then all that momentum that I felt, that sense of I don't have to be afraid to let's have these two characters kiss, let's in the background I was just wherever I could, just basically adding queerness to if you see anything queer in the show, I'm Proud Family. But I just was no one would stop me, and no one was trying to stop me.
There you have it. She's like, listen, they gave me an inch, I took 10 miles. Basically is what she's saying. That she and the executives didn't care that she was going completely wild with queer related content in children's cartoons for Disney. And they've been doing that very subtle stuff for a very long time. They put a lot of they made a lot of innuendo statements and gestures inside animation, but now they're just very out in the open with it. And granted, what the caller, that gentleman, was saying was why not? We've looked at heterosexual people kissing and yeah, and now we're talking. Now you want to change what the status quo, what the norm was, and not think that that's going to have a I guess you would say some sort of a psychological backlash. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But you know, we live in a time now where good is being acknowledged as bad and bad is being acknowledged as good. And you know what they say when that happens, right? So I don't know. Truly, truly is an agenda. Um, and the question is why, right? Why is it so important for them to change the natural order of things? Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. But you know, I wanted to get into Ben Crump, but I might save that for tomorrow. I really want to dive through the Ben Crump thing. But you know, conversation was interesting. I really enjoyed it. But I don't know. Any final thoughts? Anybody have any questions before we head out? We're at the 5-hour mark. I always tell myself it's not going to be a long stream, and it ends up being a long stream. It never fails. Anybody have any questions before we head out? Listen, if you have not seen the video I put out in reference to the 5 officers involved in the death of Tyree Nichols, please make sure you go in and check that out if you have not already. It is a very informative video. It dropped this morning, and you know, as we wait for that video to be released, I have a feeling it's going to be extremely gut wrenching to watch. I don't see it being. I think it's going to be devastating to watch, and you know, if you haven't seen it, this is the thumbnail. Listen, I listened to the dispatch call conversation between the officers and the dispatcher. You guys, this is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy. So if you have not had a chance to check this video out, it is on. It is the last video that I did drop. Please check it out. I really want to know your thoughts on it. Very, very, very interesting, and very educational. I'll try to give you guys a very unique perspective so that when the video comes out, at least some questions will be answered beforehand, and then we can focus on breaking down the video by itself. And so, yeah, justified or unjustified? I'm leaning towards unjustified, 100%. But I do talk about the legal requirements, the leverage that the officers have, the protections that that you as a citizen have when you're coming across a situation with an officer. And though he was resisting arrest, does not mean it should have ended in his death, right? So a lot's talked about on there. I want to know your thoughts on it, you guys. So please check it out when you get an opportunity. With that, you know, we're going to be closing out tonight. Thank you guys for riding this long. That was a very interesting, very, very interesting discussion. Mandrell. Interesting discussion. Shout out to you, Byro Hammer TV. I didn't get a chance to give your super sticker some justice, but I wanted to thank you again for this. Very, very, very well appreciated. So you guys, as we're closing out, I'll probably do the Ben Crump thing tomorrow, because I got to talk about his speech that he gave. I was really, really disturbed by it, and I think it's definitely worth a conversation, and I'm curious to know what you guys think. So I did this right. So that's where we are. Any last thoughts, you guys? Any last thoughts? I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for all the moderators. I appreciate you guys and all the members of the channel. Thank you so much for those who came up today. Thank you. Thank you. Great, very interesting discussion. Thank you. I appreciate it. Where do we go from here? I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we realize that there was a legitimate reason to call a lot of this stuff out. Whether we agree or disagree, we know at the end of it all, this stuff was never banned, but it was just said that it needs to be adjusted. So I think for the majority of us can agree that there's some things that probably should not be inside that curriculum. But anyways, you guys, that's it for tonight. That's it for tonight. I think we might jump on again tomorrow. We might jump on tomorrow. Absolutely might jump on tomorrow. What is queer theory? I have to watch it. Danita Alexander says, thank you again. Thank you so much. Denise says, Nathan, keep on making us aware and waking up about what's happening in the world around us. Thanks again. No, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Jody Jeb says, what is queer theory? Queer theory is the theory that sex and gender is just a social construct, that sex, reproductive or your sexual organs don't define, I guess, who you are. So they don't really mean anything per se, I guess. Queer theory. I don't know why it needs to be taught in African American history, but it's a way to sneak some things in. But I don't know. I know 5 hours is a long time. Lord have mercy. I got to put some chapters on here because I don't want people to miss out. And yeah. Any final thoughts, you guys? If we close out. Any final thoughts? Buenas noches, Jody. World never came up. I wonder though, at the end of it all, you guys, what's gonna happen with this? I'm telling you, when you see the comments from what a lot of people are saying in reference to this whole ordeal regarding the AP African American Studies, my question is, how come no one saw any issues with it in any of the other schools? You got to be careful what you allow your kids to learn these days. You better be checking their curriculum. They come home and turn into little activists out here running the streets, and you don't know why they're acting the way they're acting, as the stuff that they're putting inside this educational material. It's over with. It's over with. Keep in mind in the school. Keep in mind in the school. Thank you again, Miss Alexander. Thank you so much for this, my dear. I appreciate it. And all you guys, the support, I really, really appreciate it. Shout out to you, Mandrill. That's my boy right here. Shout out to you, Mandrill. I'd have brought you up. It wasn't so late. All right, you guys. Till next time. Let these truths find you where the lies have left you, you guys. Good night. God bless.